game in USPBL history. He was a little bit a part of that, 3 runs in just 1 inning, but again, that was a day where any Unicorn was going to get a hit and get a run against any Mammoths pitcher. It just happened to be one of those days for the Unicorns. They were red hot that day. We'll see if the Mammoths can turn it around today, but we should see more from Beckley, hopefully a longer start. Hopefully we kind of get to develop an understanding of what kind of pitcher, what kind of player he is. And for Fiorito, we've seen him many times, sometimes in starts, sometimes in relief. 12 appearances, only 7 of them starts, so almost a half and half split. He's done good as a starter. He's had a few bumpy starts as well. We'll see today. I mean, this Mammoths lineup is shaken up from what it usually is. See how he handles that.
Well, yesterday as well for the Unicorns, it was a big loss for the Beavers. Obviously, they still feel pretty comfortable at the top of the standings. The Beavers starting to creep up, though, before that.
Yeah, the good thing for the Unicorns, though, with someone chasing you is the thing is you never want to play that team if they're chasing you. That gives them double the opportunity to get back in the fight. The Unicorns and the Beavers don't play each other until the end of this month, which just started. So the Beavers, if they want to get back and fight for first place, they're going to need some help from some of the other teams like the Mammoths tonight to beat the Unicorns and maybe help them get right back. But for the Unicorns, they just got to keep doing what they're doing, 20-9 right now. It seems like they're back on their winning ways.
Oh, he had the chance to talk with Matt Parkinson. Here's that interview now.
Matt Parkinson, catcher for the Unicorns. Matt, thanks for joining us. You guys, 20-9 record right now, doubleheader today against the Mammoths. One of the things that stood out to me after the All-Star break with you guys is you guys lost only a few games in the first half of the season, but many of you guys said, hey, we want to go undefeated here in the second half. Hasn't quite panned out that way. 3 losses last weekend, 2 on the weekend, and then 1 in the non-public. You're a leader on this team as the starting catcher. What's been your kind of mentality, and how have you talked to the guys, kind of get through what was a tougher week last week?
I mean, part of it's just the ups and downs of baseballs. We were real hot there for a while, especially coming out in the start. And it's just grinding through it every day, looking forward to the next day, learning from the mistakes in the past, but not really, not harping on them, coming out the next day and getting ready to play.
Now you guys get to take on this Mammoths team today in a doubleheader who you really got the better of last week in that 19-2 win on Sunday. What was that day like for you? Fun day for you guys to put up a bunch of runs on the board. How did that go?
Right, obviously went well, but every day's a battle. Anything can happen on any given day,
So you, have been hitting the ball very well all season long. It's been really impressive. We've talked about it on the broadcast, and that's obviously not a typical thing for catchers. Most catchers are kind of defensive guys, and you've really been the starting catcher every single game for this Unicorn squad, day in and day out. You kind of talked about that with me earlier in the season, coming from Carson Newman, what you called catcher you, and that was one thing that you learned was, being the everyday catcher. How have you brought that from college into this professional level at the USPBL?
Right, very similar. Obviously not playing as many games here, unfortunately. But really it's just, like I said, same thing with just getting ready for the next day and getting the staff ready and keeping them motivated throughout the week so they go out there, they can just do their thing and perform.
And you've dealt with, kind of on the same token, a few injuries this season. Obviously, you had the thumb earlier. The meniscus was an issue earlier in the season as well. And still, like we said, every single day out here. What have you done that's kept you healthy and been able to be an everyday guy for this team?
Just staying on top of the little things. It's been nothing really too serious. Not really. I wouldn't really call them injuries, but just staying on top of everything and just making sure the body's ready to go with coming off of a full college season right into this.
All right, well, Matt Parkinson, catcher for the Unicorns. Matt, thanks for joining us. Good luck tonight. Starting lineups and starting pitchers on the other side of the break here on the USPBL Network.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon. Come on and keep me sad.
USPBL Baseball on the USPBL Network is sponsored by the following: Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and UWM. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for this league. Now time for your starting lineups here today. First for the visiting Unicorns, we go to Brendan.
So for the Unicorns, leading it off is going to be John Hodo, who plays second base. Hodo usually batting in the 9-hole. Today, leading things off for the Unicorns, Luis Attilis will bat second and play short. Drew Galassi in his typical spot out in center. He's usually the leadoff man. Now he's batting third. Ari Sakopoulos, the cleanup man for the Unicorns, playing first base. Noah Childress, the designated hitter today. He's batting fifth. Kevin Lambert over at the hot corner at third. He bats sixth. Leandy Castro batting seventh and playing right. Adam De La Cruz starting in game one for Malik Bolin. He's out in left. And Matt Parkinson has the duties behind the dish, rounding things out in the 9-hole. They're led on the bump by Jake Fiorito. For the Mammoths, leading things off will be Tanner Thomas out in center. We have an interview with him scheduled for you guys between games with Jeremy, so stay tuned for that. Mitch Morales, a newcomer, bats second and plays second base. Connor Emmett, also a new face for these Mammoths. He'll be out in right field batting third. Houston Parker over at the hot corner cleaning things up, batting fourth. Brian Leaf out in left field batting fifth. Duncan Hewitt has the duties behind the plate in both games for the Mammoths. He'll bat sixth in game one. Greg Vaughn Jr., your designated hitter, batting seventh for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Elijah Brown is over at first base batting eighth. And Buddy Dwayne Jr., the shortstop in the 6-hole today, batting ninth. They're led on the bump by another newcomer who we've only seen once this year, Devin Beckley.
Another hot and humid day at the ballpark here today. In general, we've kind of talked about this, with some of the coaches as well. Not completely happy how all their teams come out in doubleheaders like this, the scheduled doubleheaders, especially the first game. And, today it's going to be very easy to be sluggish with the way it feels out there right now.
Yeah, I think the heat is zapping the energy out of all of us included. And it's difficult for these players. We've got 4 days of games this week, 5 next week, 5 the following week. And if this weather continues, it's going to be hard to go out there and have a lot of energy and put forth your best effort. But it's baseball. It's summer in Michigan. The weather's going to be that way. You have to know that going into it. And you still got to do your best to try and put up runs, and maybe that will boost your energy a little bit.
Now time for our keys to the game. What do you have today?
Well, for the Mammoths, the last time out against the Unicorns, it was trouble early on in the game. They did score 2 early runs in the first inning, but that was it. And then obviously giving up 19 in total to this Unicorn squad. And in a game where you score 19 runs, it's an all-day type of thing, but you can't let the other team get out to that early lead and have a big boost early. So it's going to be important for Beckley to go out there, throw strikes, see if he can get the fastball working, keep some hitters off balance. This is a tough Unicorns lineup, but it's a little shaken up today as far as the order. So use that to your advantage. Some guys hitting in spots that they're not used to. That's going to change their approach, change their process and their preparation. For Beckley, he can use that to his advantage to keep hitters off balance.
How about we add in the wind here today as well? Just hit it up there and see what happens. It's not something we've seen be much of a factor here lately. The severe weather has been in the area the last few days. That shouldn't be a problem here tonight, but the wind with the weather change has been brought in, at least here for game number 1.
Yeah, our pitching coordinator in the USPBL, Mitch Aker, who has started to take batting practice in the past few days for some of the teams, just a little fun, easygoing way to start the day. He came up and told us he hit 8 in BP today, and he's a guy who he likes to use launch angle to his advantage, get the ball up there in the jet stream, and the wind helped him in BP. We'll see if he can help these players in the live play.
Yeah, so that's what it was. I didn't even think about that. It was the wind aided, but still pretty impressive.
He made sure not to mention that it's really windy out there.
Well, the Mammoths and the Unicorns getting ready to do battle in this double dip here today. Game 1 when we get back on the USPBL Network.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Devin Beckley on the hill, ready to throw the first pitch of this first game of the doubleheader here today. Reminder, you can chime in with us on the chat section on Facebook and YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from.
Beckley is first time out. 3 of everything. Innings, runs, walks, strikeouts. Up and down day. We'll see what he can do in what is hopefully a better and more elongated start. Features a 4-seam fastball, slider, curveball, and changeup. Mainly that fastball and slider.
Check the defense behind Beckley today, brought to you by 3-Dimensional Services Group. Prototype production proven. It's Leaf in left, Thomas in center, Emmett, the newcomer in right, Parker on third, Brown on first, Morales and Dwayne, your double play combination up the middle, with Hewitt catching the pitches, in both games of this doubleheader here today.
Yeah, with the loss of Nick Caruso a few weeks ago, Hewitt has to garner the big load today. Both games behind the plate. Make sure those knees and hips are well stretched out and loose before today. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, certainly not easy. Maybe a little bit easier than your average doubleheader here in the USPBL playing 12, but boy, considering the weather, going to make sure he had hydrated a lot, I'm sure, before here today as well.
You should add those cup holders on the side of his mask with the straw going into his mouth.
That, yeah. I like that. You think that's against code?
I don't know. Now that I think about it, though, you know, we see goalies in hockey with the Gatorade bottles on top of the net, and obviously, you know, basketball and football, it's easy to stay hydrated pretty quickly, whether it's a timeout or substitution. Baseball, they don't have anything like that. We play in such warm weather, especially for guys like catchers. They should, you know, have a cup holder behind the plate or something.
A little check swing. This one going up the middle. Dwayne across the body. Nice play. 1 up and 1 down here in the first.
Boy, that's the second time this week we've seen Hodo check a swing and accidentally put the ball in play. The first time he was able to reach with his speed, and this time not quite, but it was a close play. Nice job by Dwayne to get it over there.
Yeah, a little bit of a lineup change here today. Maybe that weighs in because Malik Bolin is not in the lineup here for game 1, but I'm not sure we've seen John Hodo lead off this year. First pitch to Attilis, fastball at 86, in for strike 1. Couldn't check his swing there. Yeah, soccer, you have the water breaks, right? Kind of in the middle of the half. That's different. Those guys are literally running up and down.
Right.
Sometimes a turf field. That's got to be unreal. 0-2 slapped into right field, a base hit. Attilis has some speed. Heavy turnaround first. Heading to second. Emmett gets it through. And Luis Attilis has himself his 5th double of the year.
He has just really turned it around. I mean, his average has gone up, it seems like, every game for the past 7 or 8 for Luis, and it's really enjoyable to see. Kind of your prototypical hitter as far as just getting on base, singles and doubles, gap to gap, down the lines. No matter what, he just has really developed a nice approach at the plate now. He's hunting for his pitch, and when he sees it, he'll jump on it.
Now the first pitch to Drew Galassi. Fastball outside. And Luis had a double in his last game as well. That was early on in Thursday's contest. Fastball high, 2-0 on Galassi. He's your normal leadoff hitter. It's not a stretch, though, to put him in this spot right here in the 3-hole.
No, he's a good RBI hitter. Has brought around 17 this year already. The thing I like about him being in the 3-hole is you get in a position like this with runners on. It forces the pitcher into a tough matchup, and you see him pitching around Galassi here with the open base at first.
3-0, fastball high. And with one out, I'm going to bring up Ari Sakopoulos. You pitch around that guy, but now you get this one.
Right. Seems like that's just how this Unicorns lineup kind of is. Let's say we pitch around Sakopoulos here, right? Well, then you've got Childress.
There's just no winning. Who was it, Barry Bonds, that got intentionally walk with the bases loaded one time?
I think so.
First pitch to Ari Sakopoulos, rope to right. Will it stay fair? You bets! Gone, a home run, 3-0 Unicorns.
Well, he gave him a fastball. That's what you can't do to Ari. And he's going to be ready for it at any given moment. We've seen a lot of his home runs typically coming a little bit later in the count. But, hey, first pitch fastball, be ready for it, jump on it, turn on it. 3-run blast.
Off the bat at 90 miles an hour, carried nearly 369 to right. Well, the wind moving the opposite direction. I'm not sure if that was necessarily a wind-aided home run.
He's now into double digits, though. Something he had voiced was not a pressing issue for him. Something he was focused on getting. He wanted to get to 10. That was an accomplishment for him.
Shot on the ground to Parker. Feeds across for out number 2. Good recovery here by Beckley right away to get the next out. And you kind of have to put in perspective league by league, you know, what 10 home runs ultimately means for a guy here. It's a big deal. You don't get as many at bats certainly as when you're playing every day. Sakopoulos, as Lambert looks at strike one here. Do you have it up there? I was trying to pull it up. I'm slow.
98 at bats, 114 plate appearances. That's really not a lot to have 10 home runs and 20-plus RBIs.
It's about 1 every 10 ABs. One and one now on Kevin Lambert, the 6-hole hitter here today.
The thing that sticks out for Ari is also 7 doubles, slugging at .653, an OPS of .1048, league lead for both categories.
One, two, in there for strike 3. Kevin Lambert and Noah Childress quickly get out after the huge 3-run home run by Ari Sakopoulos here in the first inning. Well, each and every game here at Jimmy John's Field, Thrifty Florist gives out flowers to the sweethearts of the game, along with JJ, the field general. So JJ giving it to Karen over in section 101 here today. So congratulations to Karen. You're the Thrifty Florist, sweetheart of the game here today. Now time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts. In 1999, a gallon of gas was $1.99. Huh. Still
would like that right
very
now.
sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still cost me $50 to fill up today.
Right.
Number 2, Aladdin was the best-selling VHS tape of the 90s.
Fantastic movie.
You have any VHS tapes left?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Fruit roll-ups were the most popular snack of the decade.
I think they still are. Fruit roll-ups are a timeless snack that is never going to die.
You have those ones that now put a tattoo on your tongue.
Yeah, those are the fun ones. I don't usually go for the tattoos. I just scarf those down as quick as possible, and before you know it, the box of 15 is gone in a night. But
so you just put a tattoo in your stomach.
Yeah. Not the good kind.
Jake Fiorito starting for the Utica Unicorns here today in the bottom of the first inning. Kind of a rocky first inning of play for Devin Beckley. Got the next two out, or on, after recording the lead out, ground out, then the line drive home run to right off the bat of Ari Sikopoulos. For Fiorito, it's a two-seam fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup. Fastball is maxed out at 90 this year, more 87, 88.
And with that lower end velocity fastball, he has to lean on the breaking balls more, and that's resulted in Fiorito just being a very much pitch to contact kind of guy. Does get a lot of contact, has just naturally with that ran into some of the harder hit balls, but has still done a pretty good job keeping the contact relatively soft.
Sun really peeks out. First pitch to Tanner Thomas, rope to center. Galassi is right under it, though. With the shades early on, that's key for out number one. Now Mitch Morales gets his shot. Mitch so far this year, young in his pro career. Got here last week, 1 for 10. Does have 3 RBIs driven in, 1 walk to 1 strikeout. He's been hit a couple times as well.
He got 3 RBIs in his debut without a base hit.
Oh yeah, two of his hit by pitches resulted in RBIs.
Yeah, with the bases loaded, and then he did have a ball in play that got an RBI, a ground out. That acted as a sac bunt.
We might just have to ask him how that felt.
Yeah.
Literally. Now the 1-0. Popped him up. This one looks like it's going to sneak out. Sikopoulos, Parkinson. No, it's Parkinson. I think the wind might have brought that back in for the second out here in the first. You with me?
Yeah. It looked like Parkinson was a little bit off center in tracking that and had to go back at the last second and adjust with the wind. Unfortunately for Morales, that's probably a ball that usually scoots back out of play and keeps him alive for another pitch.
I feel like that's an appropriate walk-up song here on 90s night, right? First pitch in for strike 1 to Connor Emmett. 90s night on this doubleheader. No band here today, but plenty of music inside the stadium. Now the 1-0. Tipped into the glove. Were you born in the 90s or no, just after?
Well, not just after. I was barely a 2000s baby, December of 2000.
Good old Y2K then, huh?
Yeah. Didn't know if I was going to live.
I still vividly remember standing in the line at one of the bulk stores. I can't remember which one, but everybody in there buying all their things. That one hit Emmett, so he'll trot to first base with 2 outs here.
Always funny looking back at all the crazy stuff we believed. Remember 2012? Everybody thought the world was going to end too.
Why was that time? I don't remember that one.
That was the Mayan calendar stopped in 2012.
Oh, right.
And then miraculously they found more dates or whatever it was later. I don't know.
They just put them down somewhere.
I just remember that was an entertaining movie. They came out with a movie called 2012 about
Did they?
the world actually ending. Yeah.
Interesting.
It wasn't necessarily a good movie.
Fly ball to left center field. Look out, Wind and Company. That one headed towards the trees and gone. Houston Parker with his 3rd of the year. And just like that, it's a 3-2 game.
Well, how about these first pitch fastballs? That's something Mitch Aker talked about with us today, that a lot of these hitters are hunting, and as a pitcher you have to be aware of that. Obviously you want to get a first pitch strike, but you can't give these guys something that they're looking for, especially on the first pitch, and a dangerous hitter like Parker is going to punish that.
Certainly the length of that may have been impacted by the wind, but it was a pretty looking swing, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You had an idea it would be out right off the bat.
Yeah, he was all over that one.
Here's Brian Leaf, another guy that you don't want to hang one to in this weather or any time. Swing and a miss, first pitch slider. Heavy fastball, the curveball second in usage. The slider follows, and the change for Jake Fiorito. 0-1, fly ball to left center field. That one in the eyes of Galassi, leaping through the air as he makes the catch. Wow! Catch of the year for Drew Galassi, my goodness.
Somebody call the police. That home run just got robbed.
Goodness gracious, Drew Galassi. I wish we had replay to show you. 3-2, Utica Unicorns here on the USPBL Network.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Jeremy and Brendan back with you here in the second inning. Landy Castro, Adam De La Cruz, Matt Parkinson to bat here in the second. What a catch by Drew Galassi to keep this game right where it is. 3-2 Unicorns.
Yeah, that catch by Galassi off the bat, wasn't quite sure if it had home run distance from Leaf, but with the wind and a strong guy like him, you knew there was a chance. Galassi got a great jump on it, though. He immediately got on his horse to get out there. And then just like an acrobat, like a ballerina soaring through the air. It was spectacular.
He had a similar one the other day as well. Not to that level, but I think he did reach over the fence to get it. And that's not easy considering he did reach over for that one, but he was reaching into the netting. So that's going to kind of bounce right back at you.
Yeah, that netting to protect the scoreboard out there and left is pretty close, just over the fence.
Brown drifting for out number 2.
This is a pretty good follow-up second inning for Beckley. 2 pitches and 2 outs after giving up the 3-run blast in the first. Just what you're looking for.
.264 average here for Parkinson. As, wow, that one, you could tell Beckley even looking at his hand after that one was released. Spiked into the ground.
Held on just a little too long. It can be what happened when you're trying to spin the ball a lot.
1-0 fastball in for ball 2. 2-0 on Parkinson now.
Just trying to grip it a little bit too tight, and then that doesn't quite release out of the hand the way it's supposed to.
Chopped foul. I'm surprised the outfield not playing a little deeper. They're playing fairly deep, but
it's relatively straight up, it seems like, which, yeah, with that wind, you know, and Galassi making that play, you think maybe I'll just back up a little bit. I don't have to run that hard, get a better job to camp under the ball in case I need to make a play like that.
Two and two on Parkinson now. Top of the order on deck. Beckley would love to keep it right here after the 3-run first inning, certainly since his offense got him a couple runs as well. 2-2 pitch. He does just that. Second strikeout here today. Takes a 1-2-3 in the second.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Here comes Jake Fiorito here in the second. Connor Emmett hit by a pitch. Then the home run by Houston Parker was able to make this game a little bit closer, 3-2. And that's where it stayed after a 1-2-3 inning by Beckley. Really attacked Castro, De La Cruz, and Parkinson, the bottom of the order. It'll be 6, 7, 8 due up here in the second. And that was after Fiorito retired the first 2 in a row. Houston Parker, we talked about a really nice home run swing. Got it over the left center field wall. Certainly a bounce back that his team needed against a team on the other side that we just know they have a chance to do that again with if and when this weather stays the same.
Well, anytime you're facing the Unicorns, you're going to hunt and have to try to take advantage of 1, 2, 3 innings. They're few and far between against this lineup. And even that one is not a typical dominant 1, 2, 3 inning for a pitcher. 2 contact outs, both pop-ups that hitters maybe just got a little bit under, but got to try to keep it close. Parker did his job back in the first with the 2-run blast. Now it's up to the rest of the guys. Get on base, see if you can tie this game or take the lead.
Duncan Hewitt, Greg Vaughn Jr., Eli Brown to bat here in the second. First pitch ripped foul. Hewitt's gotten his average up to 265 as that one actually does sink into the glove of Zakopoulos. My goodness, these balls are just not finding their way out of play. I mean, these are 2 balls now that normally would sink into the stands.
Yeah, that one would have been close with all the foul territory we have over there on both sides of the field, but particularly on the right side. And we've seen that happen a few times. Guys make the long run, and it's just out of reach. But I don't think that's on a regular day a play Zakopoulos is able to make without the wind.
First pitch to Greg Vaughn Jr., fastball at 89, in for strike 1. Outfielders deep on this power thread. He banged one off the middle part of the scoreboard in BP. 1-1 now on Greg. Just one home run this year. A guy that did win the home run derby last year, though. 2-1. Go ahead.
Vaughn, just not as many games played this year. Unable to quite boost that home run total, but he's done a really nice job of watching pitches go by and getting on with walks. Second in the league in walk percentage right now, third in pitches seen per at bat. And really any way you can get on base. Still some good hitters in this Mammoths lineup behind him, especially today with Brown and Dwayne following him up. Can move him around.
Now the 3-1. Lollipop breaking ball in for strike 2.
And that's kind of what we're talking about. He'll make you throw him a strike. That's a close slider that's pretty easy to take 3-1 because you know Fiorito's got to slip it in the zone. He barely did. That was a close call.
Full count pitch, nobody on. Got him to go around. 2 up and 2 down here for Jake Fiorito. Both of these two pitchers really trying to shut him out here in inning number 2.
It's a nice pitch by Fiorito. Elevate the fastball after the slider. Keep Vaughn a little bit off balance. He was late on that check swing anyways. Might have been ball 4 had he held up and let it go by a little bit above the zone.
Lambert in at the cut of the grass at third. Right side of the infield back. Outfield deep. This is a guy who's yanked a few more balls in the outfield there these days as he's choked up on the ball less. Or the bat, I should say. That one lifted foul down the third base line.
Yeah, the first numbers you're going to look at next to Elijah Brown's name are not going to impress you. 186 batting average, but slugging at 400, and he's got an expected slugging of 554. His batting average on balls in play is really low. He's just putting it right to the fielders.
A wicked hop off the end of the glass. The grass, I should say. That's over the head of Hodo into right. And a 2-out base knock here in the second by Eli Brown, and now that puts some speed on the bases as well.
Yeah, I think with 2 outs, Brown's certainly going to be on the move here. 12 stolen bases all year, leads the league, hasn't been caught once, hasn't really been close once either.
Now brings up Buddy Dwayne.
Despite 2 outs, really good opportunity for the Mammoths to tie this game right here.
Great lead for Brown. They weren't paying any attention to him, and he'll swipe that one quite easily at second base.
I won't be surprised if he goes for third on this pitch or even on the next one.
He's now 13 for 13 on stolen bases this year. This Mammoths team, 49 of 57.
Pretty good numbers.
Now they're good lead off a second here as well.
I think it's going to be hard for Brown to run on Parkinson to third over here. The one good thing is he does have Dwayne to be a little bit of a distraction in the right-handed batter's box. Perhaps waiting for a non-fastball count.
1-0 fastball at 88 in for strike 1.
I think we won't expect Fiorito to throw a fastball here. Probably a slider off speed in the low 80s. That gives Brown a little bit more of an advantage to get to third.
1-1 popped him up. Parkinson with a good effort out of our view, but I don't think he was able to snatch that one.
I was going to say, not happy for Matt that he didn't catch that, but happy for us because if he did, it would have been a miraculous catch and we would have been able to see it.
That one flattened out more than normal pop-ups do that high. They go to the backstop.
Yeah, almost like a flare into the outfield, except just behind this time. Really hit the ground pretty quickly.
Tanner Thomas, the top of the order on deck. You don't want to see him here. Runner on second with 2 outs. Jumping lead. Fiorito stares him back. 1-2. Shot on the ground to Attilas. Backhanded play. Throws across his body. Got him over at first base as Sakopoulos able to squeeze out number 3 here in the second. Good job by Jake Fiorito to limit the damage with the speedy Brown on the base pass after stealing a bag. Still 3-2 Unicorns here on the USPBL network.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. It's a 3-2 lead for the visiting Unicorns here today as they step back up to the plate in the third. Hodo Attilis and Drew Galassi. Now, happy to be joined by Craig Cole out of TLC, one of our fine partners here. They sponsor the TLC Clubhouse. Nice spot to go to before, after, and during games here as Elijah Brown picks that one up for out number one. Good to see you here today. Great to have you as a partner as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here and sharing this moment. You know, TLC, we're definitely a proud sponsor of, partnered with Jimmy John's and the USPBL. Just an exciting time for us, for Jimmy John's and this baseball league, and we're excited to be here for sure.
I love the story, literally starting in someone's basement in 1999 here in Michigan and now globally available, huh?
Yeah, so it's a great story. Jack Fallon, our chief visionary officer here, that started it in his basement in Chesterfield Township, Michigan, took a buyout at Ford, took a leap of faith on this company, and yeah, we're 152 countries now, and excited. We're a nutraceutical company, health and wellness, and just an exciting time for us. We went through some amazing growth, obviously, to be in 152 countries.
Sure.
And when Andy called us to partner up with Jimmy John's and take over the TLC Clubhouse, it was a no-brainer for us because we know that this is such an amazing initiative. It's so family-oriented, which is what we're about, and so we're just excited.
And baseball, not a bad tie-in for what you guys do either.
No, in fact, obviously our products are great for any, all walks of life. But, as an athlete, to have our liquid vitamin and the NRG pills for focus and, detox teas, health and wellness is all about, these great athletes that are out here. This is some great baseball. It's amazing to watch them.
Sure. So what makes you guys different, I guess?
So I would say what makes us stand out as a company is that it's more about it's less about our products and what we're selling as it is about changing people's lives, being part of an everyday partner in what we have now is the 15-day challenge. And the 15-day challenge isn't about, weight loss, taking the products. In fact, we got an initiative now where you can join this and try to earn up to $25,000 in winnings. And you don't even have to buy a product. All you got to do is 3 steps, join, share your story, and have a total life change. And you have an opportunity, and you can go to startmy15.com to be part of that. But we're affiliated with so many different municipalities helping change lives. We do fundraisers for adaptive playground equipment quite often to help those that are differently abled. We just partner up, and we live by core values. We don't do what's easy, we do what's right. And I think that's what separates us from a lot of companies. It's not about the product, it's about how we can help change your life, help make your life better.
Sure. So around since 1999, obviously, besides the small beginnings, what else has evolved and changed, I guess?
Yeah, so we have offices now in 17 countries. We are headquartered here in Fairhaven. We have some warehouses in Chesterfield. It's an exciting time for us because we kind of have gone through this growth where we've built up, 36 different products, and now to move into this 15-day challenge where our excitement comes from watching you change your life and us being part of it. We offer like Zoom calls and teamwork and so many things because it's more than just weight loss. There's people that need to gain weight. There's people that need to focus and, get their mind right and help them, maneuver through their daily processes. Life is hard. We see it, daily on the news, right?
Sure.
We're excited. That's what's where we're evolving is just making it more about this challenge and helping people 15 days at a time. We know people can commit to that.
Talking with Craig Cole here at TLC. You can find them as a title sponsor of the clubhouse downstairs. Obviously, the first year for that, have you seen an increased response, from people that, come to Jimmy John's Field because of it?
Yeah, it's funny. We have kiosk nights where we are offering, samples of our products, and, we throw out, you'll see the NRG cam, which is after one of our products, and we're throwing out these little baseballs, and, we're excited about that. And people are asking. People are excited to see what we're about and how, we came about to be a partner. I would say that TLC is probably one of the best kept secrets in Michigan. Again, if you don't know who we are, you can check us out at totallifechanges.com or go to startmy15, that's 15.com. Check us out. We are just in an exciting company. We are all about the employee first, and it's really helped us along the way because we treat our employees so good, and they want to treat our customers good in return. So exciting times, and we're so excited. You can probably see the passion and you hear the passion in my voice of our great company. So
are you guys hiring?
We are hiring, and we pay a great wage. We have a customer service department. We have a warehouse department. We have marketing. We have human resources. We have a legal team. We have, if you are Spanish speaking or Russian speaking, we have a place for you. We have my public relations, public affairs department. I'm trying to think what else we have. Customer experience department. I mean, we have it all. We employ about 500 employees at that location in Ira Township, or Fairhaven, sorry. And we are hiring. You can go to totallifechanges.com and check our job postings out there. Internships, if you are, supply chain, legal, anything, we have all of that. Human resources, we welcome internships because, again, we're all about the people. We want to make people better. And if we can make them better and be part of our team, there's a lot of great minds growing up right now, and we welcome them all.
So I know you talked a little bit about the 15-day challenge, but maybe a little bit more for how people can get involved.
Yeah, so if you go to startmy15.com, you can enter the 15-day challenge and do 15 days at a time. You don't even need to buy the product, but I will say if you watch some of the testimonies, that'll be on your radar. You'll definitely want them between the liquid vitamin, the detox tea, a fruit punch, the NRG, for a chance to win $25,000. And it's really simple, and it's funny because I was just looking at the website as I was walking in, just to make sure, everything was, on the up and up. And it's funny because you can enter the contest and it's, 1, enter the contest, 2, share your results, and 3, make a total life changes. That's all to be in the running for that $25,000. Pretty amazing, and it's that simple. Again, we're always giving back to the communities. And, we'd love to see you, enter for a chance to win. There's no strings attached. How much easier can it be, right? Except for, your health and wellness being a part of, the success and the possible winnings of the $25,000.
Good play by Attilas here to start the third. This is Mitch Morales as Jake Fiorito out for his third inning. Beckley with a nice 1-2-3 in the third, his second consecutive as well. Chatting here with Craig Cole out of TLC. And, maybe if people are on the, outside looking in, do I want to use your product? Do I not? What do you tell, that person, I guess?
Yeah, listen, here's what we've done to kind of make that choice simple. Of course, I'm here as a representative of Total Life Changes, and I'm going to tell you all day long that we have the best products in the world. But what stands out is that we have thousands and thousands upon testimonies online. You can go to our YouTube channel. You can watch us, on go to any of our social media, at TLCHQ. And we have so many people that have testimony of how our products have changed their lives. And the really cool thing is we've gone into the sample products before you even have to spend, your hard-earned money on, a bottle of our liquid vitamin. Try it for 3 days. See what it is. It's cheap. So we've given, and I think that's a standout because most people want you to spend the $100, and I'm just throwing a number out there to try their product. But, here at Total Life Changes, we have a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like what you have, you can return it within that 30 days. So that's also something that is different from a lot of companies, And but yeah, being able to sample, and you can come here at on some of our kiosk nights. We're handing out, our detox teas, our liquid vitamins, our energy, whatever it might be. We have Gano, we have hair, skin, and nails. We have a ton of products. You can check them all out online. And I know, I'm excited about us and who we are and, what we stand for. And our goal is to motivate other people to, find a product they love and, just be part of something big. We feel like we're on the verge of changing the world. So.
Well, if by chance you're in the ballpark and you're watching the game maybe in a suite or just on your phone or something, if you see Craig, he's got a colorful shirt, the colorful 15-day challenge on his front, black shirt, teal shorts, but he has a QR code on his shirt.
Yes, I do.
So you can enter right there if you see him.
Yes,
so you
can.
stop him and scan his code, and you'll be good to go.
And I'll be down under the left field line underneath some of those umbrellas. I'm down there with our team. We have a little picnic going on there.
Nice.
Some of them didn't show up. I think it's too hot. They're afraid of the heat. But I'm definitely here, so please stop by. I'd love to talk to you and, answer any questions you may have.
Well, Craig, thanks for joining us here today. Again, the TLC Clubhouse. You can see it each and every game and check it out on the website once again.
We have TotalLifeChanges.com. That's TotalLifeChanges.com. And then StartMy15.com, and that's a 1-5.
Awesome. Well, we thank you for your partnership and look forward to many years from now as well.
Thanks for having me, and we are so excited to be part of it. And, and again, we want to be part of it for many years to come. This is a great facility.
Thanks, Craig.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Have a great day.
Yes, you as well.
It's Craig Cole of TLC. We thank you for joining us for an inning and a half here in the third. Mitch Morales, nice swipe of the bag here at second after the leadoff pop out. This is Connor Emmett at the plate. Now the 2-1 pop down the left field line. De La Cruz racing for it. Can't quite get it. 2-2 on Emmett now. Attilis with the lefty at the plate playing the closest to the second base bag Morales. Steals have been a problem here today along with the power for both of these two teams. 2-2. Fastball low and in. 3-2 on Emmett now. He was hit by a pitch back in the first. Came around the score. Something about new Mammoths getting hit by pitches, I guess.
And Morales, we talked about his 2 RBIs last week on him, and now Emmett today.
3-2, line drive, hanging up through the left center field. That's going to get down, carried by the wind maybe. Morales being waved around third by Karn. He will score. Emmett stops at second. The first extra base hit of the career for Connor Emmett. Able to tie this game at 3.
Big spot, big hit. New guy showing moments not too big. Go back to that steal by Morales, a guy who we didn't know whether he had that kind of speed or not, and shows it off, gets in scoring position, and that's exactly why you're aggressive.
First pitch to Parker, fastball in the corner, but called a ball, looks like.
What that does, too, is bring up a guy like Houston Parker with only 1 out and another runner in scoring position, a guy who's already hit a home run today. the best RBI hitter on this Mammoths team.
That wind still blowing straight out. Houston Parker took advantage of that in the first inning. 2 home runs in the first inning for these two teams combined. It could have been 3, if not for the Sports Center moment, we'd hope, by Drew Galassi in left center. Very deserving, no doubt. 1-1. Lines it to the same spot. That one getting into the glove, though, of De La Cruz. Wow, nice job to get over there for out number 2.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be just like the Emmett RBI double. Get down in the gap, Emmett score, Parker go to second, but De La Cruz got a nice jump on it. That one maybe hung up just a little bit less on a line than Connor Emmett's.
Here's Brian Leaf now. He lined out to center field. That's the play we're talking about. It wasn't just a line out, your ordinary line out.
Yeah, there's a little bit of flash to it.
I'm with you. I didn't quite know whether it would get out. The further and further it traveled, I thought it might.
Yeah.
And then as you see it kind of go towards the netting, that's a pretty good indication, especially off the bat of this guy, that he might have success. Now the 1-0, roped foul. Boy, even on balls he doesn't barrel. That one broke the bat. It just sounds different, doesn't it? That one's going to go down in the firewood tonight.
Obviously there would be. You think bats burn well?
I don't know. I mean, they obviously have some, not paint, but I guess it is paint. Yeah, they dip them in paint sometimes.
Yeah.
Ever been to the Louisville Slugger factory?
No, I haven't.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You should go if you stop in Louisville. They kind of give you a tour, and if you pay for it, of course, but take you through the factory.
They won't give me a free one?
They might, yes. Just call ahead.
I got some pull.
Yes, call ahead. 1-1 on Leaf. They kind of have a separate section for pro bats and, just the regular type. Pro bats are the best grade of wood, and then they kind of go down and down. Minor league bats, not quite there either. But it's interesting. Actually show you how they dip. They're dipping bats as you take the tour. That's cool. They make one right in front of you. 1-2. Chopped foul.
Whenever I think of Louisville Slugger and the production of baseball bats, I think of one of the great This Is Sports Center commercials. Do you remember that one?
I don't. Who was that one with?
It's Ryan Howard of the Phillies.
Okay.
And he's explaining to, one of the anchors, Steve Levy or somebody, about how they get his name on there, and it's all laser and everything. And
into left field, a base hit. He turned that one around. Let's see if they send Emmett. No, they'll hold him. Good job by De La Cruz to get to it quickly.
Yeah, a little bit too hard hit for Emmett to come around too. But, yeah, Howard's explaining it to Levy about how the bat is made and all the laser stitching. And then the Stanford mascot, Stanford Cardinal, the tree, comes around the corner and hears this and is just astonished at what's going on and kind of falls down in disbelief.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
Just from you describing it, yeah.
Thank you. Those are some of the best commercials ever.
Yes. Do they still do those or no?
I think so. I haven't seen them in a while. ESPN has changed a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, the older ones definitely circulate a lot more, I feel like. First pitch to Hewitt, swung through it. I feel like there's a lot of Stuart Scott ones as well that have become pretty famous.
Yeah, I still like to either go on YouTube or sometimes they'll actually air it on ESPN, a compilation of the best ones, and that, for me, is must-see television. Those are just great.
Runner bluffing to second. Leaf already has 3 steals this year. 0-2 quickly on Duncan Hewitt. He popped out back to Parkinson in the first. Straight up outfield. They're pretty much in their respective positions. De La Cruz is deep and left. Hewitt has 4 extra base hits this year. Big pitch. The go-ahead run on third, just looping off the end of the bat there. We thank you for tuning in to the first of two here today. Second game will start just about 25 minutes after the first one here. Cool moment happening right around now down at Comerica Park. Lou Whitaker's number 1 retired for the Tigers.
Well, you think it's hot here. I got a buddy at the game said it feels like it's 110 inside Comerica
Really?
right now.
All the concrete, I guess, huh?
And it's just such a sun-filled ballpark. If you're anywhere in the outfield, make sure you pack sunscreen and then an extra thing of sunscreen, and then in your secondary bag more sunscreen.
88 just off the plate. Hewitt freezing, but making sure he took that one. I think it's time that Lou Whitaker got his time. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of people that think he should be in the Hall of Fame right now.
Yeah, we had that discussion with some of the baseball ops interns pregame today.
Skipping by Sakopoulos. Emmett will score. We'll see how far Leaf ends up. He's across second, and he will already be granted third, as I think that skipped out of play. Or no, he's not going to be granted third. He's going to be moving back to second. So not exactly. It must have got out of play very quickly.
Now, see, that's interesting to me because we talked about that last night, the ruling for out of play. And I don't know if it changes for a pickoff move, but the regular ruling is you're awarded the base you're going to and the next base at the time of the throw. So is it maybe that Leaf's technically going to first because he's going back on a pickoff move and then the next base he's awarded is second? Or would you say he's going to second?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure. Slider away, 2-2.
This similar conversation I had with my roommate about, you know, pitches or balls thrown out of play sparked an interesting question from him.
Swing and a miss. Hewitt goes down swinging, and that will end the third inning. Brennan Shabath will take over play-by-play when we get back on the USPBL Network.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined GreenPath and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
3-3 ball game here at Jimmy John's Field, fourth inning, ready to get underway with Devin Beckley, the starter, still on the mound for the Mammoths. He'll face Sakopoulos, Childress, Lambert, 4, 5, 6 hitters here in the top of the fourth. Maybe thought with the 3-run home run from Sakopoulos in the first inning that the Unicorns were going to jump out to an early lead and perhaps try to resemble their game on Sunday against the Unicorns from last week. But instead, the Mammoths have done a nice job battling back. 2 of their own on a 2-run shot in the first, and they get one last inning on the errant throw from Jake Fiorito on a pickoff move to first. Emmett scored from third. So Sakopoulos has only seen one pitch in this game, and he belted it to the right field foul pole and just snuck it inside for a home run. about 325 feet just over the right field wall. First pitch, not the fastball this time. Outside, 1-0. Sakopoulos hitting .306 against fastballs this season. Slugging just under 800. 2-0 on the low fastball this time, 88 miles an hour from Beckley. .81 there, slider outside 3-0. This is where Sakopoulos tends to hunt the fastball. It is a fastball, but it's high. 5 pitches today for Ari, a home run, and now a walk.
It looked like they were going after him very heavily, but I'm not sure he really wanted to lead off walk here in the fourth. So I'm not sure if that was intentional or not really. But
well, similar to what we talked about earlier, it doesn't get easier with the next guy up, no matter who it is. Here's Noah Childress, powerful hitter, good RBI guy. This one's back up the box for a base hit. The first 2 runners get on. Childress with a single. Lambert, he's got some pop in his bat. 4 home runs this season. Looks at a fastball outside, 90 miles an hour. One of the better fastballs we've seen from Beckley today.
that's kind of what they were hoping to see here today. A little bit more fastball velo.
Swing and a miss.
It's the guy that had some success at the Citadel, pitching in some big games. When you kind of look at college pitchers, you know, they're tiered in terms of when they're used. The weekend guys, usually the better pitchers.
Popped him up right side. Brown giving chase. Just in front of the wall, he makes the grab. Runners are going to tag, throw to third. He's out. Got him. Nice play. They double up the Unicorns. Sakopoulos, a little too much aggression. And on a foul ball pop out, 2 go down.
Well, that was a gem of a play for a couple reasons. Number one, Brown having to deal with this funky wind here today. I think just from his reaction, he thought that he'd have to stay on his feet and go all the way to the edge of the brick in the netting, but he adjusted and kind of teardropped down, caught it. Didn't have the best of throws over to third, but Parker made do with what he had. Slapped on a really nice tag. Not an easy play for him either.
So down goes Lambert. Here's Leandy Castro. Here's your third baseman, Parker, who had the nice tag. Popped up again, this time fair territory, shallow right field. Ranging over is the second baseman, Morales, for the third out. None in the fourth after the first 2 get on for the Unicorns. It's 4-3 Mammoths. We head to the bottom of the fourth on the USPBL Network.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Deluxe Karate School. Giving a little demonstration. You learn anything, Jeremy? Getting ready for our bout?
I'm watching intently. Yes, I'm watching.
Shall I not interrupt you? Yes. Well, I'll focus on the game at hand. Fiorito's going out there, bottom of the fourth, down by a run. The Unicorns now after jumping out to a early 3-0 lead. Fiorito will face the bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9, here in the fourth.
Credit to Fiorito for not hitting anybody in that.
Yeah, they were pretty close to the mound right there.
Closer than I would want to be.
If it was Keon Taylor, they would have had to move.
That's why we're doing ours in between games.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Vaughn will lead it off. He struck out on a full count to Fiorito in the second inning.
We talked about Lou Whitaker earlier. How about his nickname, Sweet Lou? You can't get any better than that, huh?
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet nickname. I did want to. I had to end my point back a few half innings ago, but I did want to ask you about it because it's really interesting. My roommate looked it up. He was curious if you could ever, while you got on base and a ball was thrown out of play, or you wanted to tag up or something, could you go the opposite direction? If you're on second, could you go back to first? If you're on third, could you go back to second? Obviously, you would never want to, and this is a strange question in an alternate universe, but he looked it up. Could you go reverse order on the base paths? And by rule, once you have established legal position at a base, you can't return. If you do, you could be called out, whether you got out or not, for making, and this is literally in the rule book, a travesty of the game, which apparently that's not the only time that term is used in the baseball rule book. Popped up on the 2-0. That's going to scoot back to the grandstands.
Go on.
And so I just thought that was interesting.
Do you know the other times, or you don't?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just thought, if you can get in trouble for making a travesty of the game, we got to be careful here.
This is like the MLB rule book, or?
I believe so. I was not actively looking with him when he was looking it up on the interwebs.
Hey, here you go. Any runner is out after he has acquired legal possession of a base. He runs the bases in reverse order for the purpose of confusing the defense or making a travesty of the game. Bum, bum, bum.
So don't run the wrong way, is I guess the moral of this story, huh? 3-1 to Vaughn. Line drive into left center. That's going to drop for at least one. Vaughn's going to try to stretch this into two. Galassi's got a good arm. Vaughn's got to get on his horse. He's there in safely. Leadoff double for the Mammoths, trying to tack on to this 4-3 lead.
So this article is on Cut 4, which is a MLB product, MLB.com/Cut4. 7 strangely specific MLB rules and the even stranger stories that inspired them. Interesting. You can check it out.
Should we pause all play-by-play operations and just read this article real quick?
Just a little bedtime story?
Yeah.
Heavy bedtime story.
So Wade Weinberger is going to be the pinch runner for Greg Vaughn Jr. His day is done after 2 at-bats, obviously just 6 innings today in the doubleheader.
Well, that shows how important the Mammoths view this insurance run right now and what is, I guess, the middle innings of this game, but the later innings, if you look at it in terms of a normal game, how long a normal game lasts.
Trying to add an insurance run. Good hitter at the plate. Good runner on the base paths. Weinberger, second in the league in steals behind his cohort at the plate, Elijah Brown. Fouled back.
If the batter or a runner continues to advance after he has been put out, he shall not, by that act alone, be considered as confusing, hindering, or impeding the fielders.
So if I get tagged out between first and second, I can't keep running as a joke?
Yeah, just like inflatable tube man in front of the
Yeah.
guy that's trying to throw it out over there.
The 0-1 fouled back again.
The designated hitter named in the starting lineup must come to bat at least one time unless the opposing club changes pitchers.
How would that work? How would you have a designated hitter who wouldn't bat?
We'll say he's batting ninth, and I mean, you just sub him out for, I don't know, defensive purposes or just.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
I mean, you'd never do it.
I just figured it's likely that by the third inning.
Yeah.
Outside on the 0-2 fastball at 87.
This caption, it's only fitting that Earl Weaver would inspire his very own rule. After all, he once thoroughly ripped up a rule book in front of an umpire just to make a point.
Wind blowing out to straight center. Righty-lefty matchup late on that fastball and fouled off. Check that curveball from Fiorito.
So Weaver tried to pencil in a pitcher into the DH spot and thought nobody would notice, I guess.
What would be the purpose of that?
I'm reading. Hold on.
Okay. Unless it's Shohei Ohtani, I don't see why you want a second pitcher other than your starting pitcher as your DH. Fouled again. That's for this at-bat for Brown.
It says the move allowed Weaver to choose from his entire bench, picking the ideal batter depending on the game situation.
Strange.
I guess he did it quite a bit, 21 times before they made a rule in 1980.
Really?
Crazy, huh?
He said if they're not going to stop me, that one's inside. Finally a non-foul ball. It's 2-2.
And then you just use a pitcher you knew was down that night, I guess.
Yeah.
It would be the... Each umpire has authority to rule on any point not specifically covered in those rules. Huh.
2-2, and you'll never believe this, another foul ball. Both strikes came on foul balls, and then 3 more since then.
Well, it just gives us time to keep talking about this nonsense
we
here,
appreciate
right?
it, Elijah.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of umpires, John Boy brought up an interesting point to me. Obviously, Angel Hernandez, perhaps the most famous umpire in all of baseball right now, likely for the wrong reasons. I feel like if any umpire is famous, it's probably for the wrong reasons. 6th foul ball now from Brown.
Country Joe West, yeah.
Yeah. But he was doing a breakdown of some Angel Hernandez miscall, and he said, you know, because the umpires have a union, he can't get fired. He has to work until he doesn't want to anymore, blah, blah, blah. But what he didn't understand is Angel Hernandez's big bugaboo is calling balls and strikes. He's not as good on the base paths, but still better. Swing and a miss. Brown goes down on strikes after staying alive for 8 pitches. But anyways, he brought up an interesting point that says, you know, it's in the rules for umpires in the major leagues. There's 4 on each crew, and there's a crew chief, and they rotate positions per game. Obviously, baseball is played in series, usually 3 games, sometimes 4. Very less likely 2, but the umpires, by rule, have to change positions per game. And he said, I don't understand why each umpire on a crew has to be behind the plate. If they're not good at being behind the plate and you can't fire them, isn't the solution just put them out on the base paths? Yeah. Outside on the 0-1, 1-1 now on Dwayne.
To be honest, I was reading this and trying to listen to it at the same time. It didn't really work. Why don't you ask the audience to chime in?
Yeah. Is that the solution?
Go on the YouTube chat.
YouTube
chime
and
in with
Facebook,
us.
yeah. One's on the scoreboard. Weinberger still over there at second. He's the pinch runner after the leadoff double from Greg Vaughn Jr. Seems like it was ages ago after that long Elijah Brown at bat. Dwayne checked his swing, didn't go. Dwayne, one of the best hitters in the league at hitting balls hard. We've talked about our flight scope analytics and the numbers that it spits out at us. It's very accurate for pitch velocity. Big cut there, missing. Less accurate for exit velocity off the bat, and Dwayne right now has the hardest hit ball in the USPBL this season, perhaps USPBL history if this number is accurate, but it said it was off the bat at 121 miles an hour. So I doubt that's correct. That'd be one of the hardest hit balls in Major League history. Time is called, but still probably has the hardest hit ball this year. Two inside fills up the count. Fastball at 86. Third full count today for Fiorito. The first two resulted in base hits. This one results in a walk. Now 2 on and just 1 out for the top of the order, Tanner Thomas, who's 0 for 2 today, but in a good spot to pick up his first hit.
Yeah, the speed kind of impacting this game thus far. Obviously, they optioned for more speed at second base with Wade Weinberger. Tanner Thomas, one of the more speedier guys in the league.
Dwayne with some speed over at first, too. He's one of the few guys that's got a triple to his name this season.
Was that last night or Thursday that we saw one? That was last night, right?
I don't remember. They blend sometimes.
This week is really blending for me.
First pitch to Tanner Thomas, low. He kept behind on the check swing. We'll get ready for the next 2 weeks because 10 out of the 14 days will be here.
That wind's still ripping. It's been that way the whole game.
It's been steady, consistent all day.
This may be the most. You can really tell when it's going when you look at the tree leaves.
Yep.
Combined with the flags.
Both flags,
yeah.
Not just the center field one, but the pennants in left as well. Thomas facing a 1-1. Thought about it. Lays off the slider. Fourth inning on the USPBL Network, brought to you by Scott's. Let's get to the yard. Thomas hitting .244 this year, 2 home runs, 11 RBIs. Popped up left side, long run for Lambert. And just before the dirt border, he'll make the grab. Talking about Thomas's 2 home runs, I don't know if you remember the one, Jeremy, he had, I believe it was a leadoff a couple of weeks ago. That was just an absolute bullet out there into center field. One of the harder hit balls this season.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those, I feel like, lately. Just impressive line shots.
Joe Burke this weekend had a nice hard liner for a home run.
He almost had 2. Colossi robbed one of those as well.
Colossi's got to have a bounty on his head with some of these hitters. Here's Mitch Morales. Scored once today already after a double in the third. Big wave and a miss.
I think Colossi's one of those guys, just by watching him in center field, he almost wills the ball to come at him. Does not let much drop, whether it's in front, left, right, back.
He has what seems like underrated speed, and obviously we know he's fast. A few stolen bases this year.
Great jumps, too.
This one, the little bloop pop-up. Hodo's there for the third out. So 2 stranded for the Mammoths. They still lead it 4-3, though. 5th inning when we come back on the USPBL Network.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
4-3 Mammoths, top of the 5th. We thank you so much for joining us on the USPBL Network. De La Cruz, Parkinson, and Hodo due up here. It was what looked like was going to be a longer inning for Beckley last time out in the 4th. Leadoff walk to Sakopoulos, a single back up the box for Childress, 2 on with nobody out and some good hitters due up, but a foul ball pop-up by Lambert and a 3-5 double play as Sakopoulos tried to get a sneaky tag up from second and go to third. He was caught out on a nice throw by Brown. That pretty much ended the inning right there. 37 pitches for Beckley through 4. Good number for him. It feels like more.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a little bit surprising to see him still out here just given that's a 6-inning game, but why not? Maintain your pitching and roll with him right now.
Fouled back by De La Cruz. He's 0 for 1 today. Popped up to the first baseman his first time up. And for Beckley, it's really just the one mistake inning. Faced 3 batters in the second, 3 in the third, and 4 in the 4th. And that's perhaps why that pitch count is so low. On the ground to first. Nice play by Brown down to a knee. Steps on the bag.
Next up, the catcher number 23, Matt Parkinson.
So now Parkinson, who struck out his first time, will come up. Benches don't get used a whole lot in doubleheaders, but on the bench for the Unicorns is their backup catcher, Jake Martin, as well as Malik Bolin. Martin scheduled to catch in game 2. That one skips past Hewitt for ball 1. Mammoths have already gone to their bench once with the pinch runner, Wade Weinberger. On the ground foul, and Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong. Now that I mention that, I don't see Wade out there, so perhaps, can't quite tell, but Bagneski, who was the other guy available off the bench, is out there as a defensive substitution.
Interesting.
Or check that. Vaughn was the designated hitter. Never mind. That was a mistake by me.
That's still Thomas, right?
Fouled off.
Yeah, that's still Tanner in center.
Parkinson facing a 1-2. 3 runs on 3 hits for the Unicorns, no mistakes. 4 runs on 6 hits, also no errors for the Mammoths. Swing and a miss. Nasty off speed up in the zone. 73 gets the strikeout. That's the 4th for Beckley, just 2 walks today.
It's been one of those days where the needed clouds, especially here for these players who've been sitting on this field all day long already with BP and such. Kind of cover the sun for a good amount, but then boom, once that goes away, just blasts the sunlight. You got the shadow going on, which is nearly reaching the mound right now. You got to wonder what that's like for an outfielder to just go from shade to bright sun.
You wonder how much, we've talked about the wind today. Wonder how much breeze there is down there on the field. Obviously, field level lower behind the grandstands. It's a little bit harder for the breeze to get there.
I feel like when we're standing at home plate, which is obviously not the majority of the field, it doesn't get to it much.
That's correct.
Obviously because you have the grandstands behind it, and for the most part, the wind is blowing out. Probably be different if it was blowing in, but it just hardly ever does that here.
The only defender protected by shade right now is Hewitt, the catcher. Hodo fouls another one.
That's one guy that needs it, right?
Yeah.
Catching both games.
If we had to pick one person who should get the shade, it's probably him. And the 1-2. In there, got him looking, strike three, fastball, back-to-back Ks to end the fifth in what might be Beckley's last inning. We'll see when we get to the sixth. Jeremy Otto takes over play-by-play in the bottom of the fifth when we come back.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Rodriguez will take over on the mound here for the Utica Unicorns in the fifth. Jake Fiorita goes 4. After the 2-run home run in the first, was able to settle things down a bit. A couple more runs did score in the third, which is the difference in this game. That's why the Mammoths lead by a score of 4-3. Well, we missed Forrest Gump. The audience did in between the break there, huh?
Yeah, he was on his run across the country, left field to just behind first base, near the bullpen over there in right field. He was hustling.
Nice touch here on 90s night.
Wait, that wasn't Forrest?
It was actually just a fan, and they went along with it, you know. Connor Emmett leads off the fifth. Pretty good day for him. Hit by a pitch, scored the go-ahead run, drove in a run before that. Morales as well. The wind still blowing out to left field. First pitch to the lefty, fastball high at 90. So Ray Rodriguez the other day on Thursday. That was his second appearance in the USPBL. He has a 2-seam, a curveball, a changeup, and a 4-seam. This one lifted down the third base line, if you want to call it that, more the left field line. The third baseman, Lambert, went after it, but if that divot didn't exist with the bullpen there, that's probably the left fielder's ball. But not much they can do. They kind of have to run around awkwardly to get it.
Yeah.
The way this foul territory is shaped is unlike any other ballpark, I would say. I mean, the Oakland Coliseum has the depth, but you don't have that jutting bullpen like they do here at Jimmy John's Field.
Yeah, I can't think of a park that I've seen, major or minor league, that is really even close to shaped like this.
Obviously, I've not seen all the minor league parks, but I imagine a lot wouldn't necessarily be like this. This was built specifically with fans in mind and such.
There's some oddly built major or minor league ballparks, excuse me, even and major league too. But
sure, Polo Ground sticks out as one of the more odd ones. Not necessarily just obviously for baseball. 1-2 high, 2-2, and neither was the Oakland Coliseum. Before the Raiders moved, they played there for a long time as well. Boy, that's been a ballpark in controversy for a while now.
Yep. Not sure how much longer it'll be there.
2-2 high, 3-2 on Connor Emmett. What was the latest on that? They were even thinking about moving the A's, I believe, because the city didn't want to build the park or something like that.
I think that might be the consensus. I don't know the reasoning, but from what I have heard and understand, they might not be the Oakland A's for much longer.
3-2 fastball high. Emmett walks to begin this fifth. Second walk today for his offense. The other by Buddy Dwayne.
What do you think? What's one major league ballpark that really has a pet peeve of yours, really grinds your gears for something? Obviously, the one that stands out for me is Yankee Stadium with the short porch, the hitter's porch.
To think about that one. First pitch to Houston. Parker rides high.
The new Camden Yards is interesting. They raised the walls 13-something feet or something like that.
And they're already pretty high.
Yeah, it's it used to be a good home run hitter's ballpark. I think now statistically it's against hitters.
Popped it up. Parkinson. We'll see that fade out of play. Probably not the right time to do that, though, given the state of their baseball team at this point.
Hey, be nice to the Orioles. They're turning around. They're fun to watch. Talk about young talent. They've got some on that squad.
I think the concept of catwalks doesn't really appeal to me with some of those indoor stadiums. Tampa Bay used to be the Metrodome, I believe, had those rules as well. Wow, what a tag for out number one here in the fifth inning. Quick hands up the middle. We've seen some good plays by Hodo and Attilas here today.
Yeah, nice tag, nice throw. I don't think Emmett just quite got the jump he was hoping for. I think he timed it right, but just didn't have the acceleration he needed to beat the good arm of Parkinson.
It just seems kind of crazy that you could hit a ring in the ceiling and hit a home run or hit a double.
You know, I saw a video just the other day of Shohei Ohtani back when he was
here.
When he was playing
through the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he hit it through the roof of a domed stadium, the ball disappeared.
For whatever reason, it's popping up on the Twitter right now.
Yeah. What are the odds?
2-2 popped foul. I just remember the Metrodome collapsing.
Yeah.
That was crazy footage.
Yeah.
With all the snow that piled on top of it.
And apparently, I'm no architect, and I have not taken any interest in architecture or architecture school, but apparently, that's some of the challenging stuff that goes into that is you have to prepare for strange things like that. Is the bridge you're building going to collect more water than it should? And is it going to be at an angle enough that the snow and ice can run off or something like that?
Now the 3-2 to Parker. Fastball high.
I think another thing that stands out to me for some not necessarily bad ballparks, but maybe a bad aspect, some of them just don't have good batter's eyes. I think of Progressive Field doesn't have a great one. What's the name of the? Is it Liberty Park where the Phillies play? What's the name of that one? Has that changed names?
Probably. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
That one's got a strange batter's eye. The Twins.
Citizens Bank Park. That's it.
Citizens Bank, yeah. Where the Twins play. That's got a terrible batter's eye.
Two down here in the fifth. Duncan Hewitt now comes to the plate here in the fifth inning. A walk to Houston Parker. Has him standing on first, and the walk to Emmett. He was caught stealing here earlier in the fifth. Wade Weinberger Jr. would be next. He's the new DH for Greg Vaughn Jr. Boy, these mile-high pop-ups. These guys just swinging at high fastballs right now as Lambert chases that one out of plate on the third base line.
We've seen a lot from the combination of Ray Rod and Fiorito today. A lot of elevated fastballs that hitters are just not quite getting on top of. A little late.
Ray Rod, huh? You proclaiming that right now?
Yeah. It's a great nickname. I meant to ask you this. I don't think I did. Still a lot of baseball left in this game to determine our Game 1 winner. But you were here for our first doubleheader sweep.
I was, yes, last week. Beavers able to take that one. Those were two big wins for them as well.
Yeah.
Obviously a tough loss last night in a key spot.
Yeah, it seems like every game for the Beavers now moving forward is a key spot. But
we talked about it, though. If there's one team right now that you'd identify as, yeah, they could win 2 games in a row, given just their starting pitchers and how hot the bats have been, they'd be fit for that 2 seed, I think. The 3 seed is tough because you really don't play 3 straight days hardly at all here in this league, and that can make it tough for pitching as well. There's the third out in the 5th inning. A couple walks by Ray Rod, but that is it. 4-3 in favor of the Mammoths.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Bischoff now on the mound here for the Westside Woolly Mammoths as they take the hill here in the 6th. He takes over for Beckley, who went 5 here today, really keeping that pitch count down despite the long 6-batter first inning, which saw 3 runs come in. Mammoths responding well to that, though, with 2 in the bottom half, 2 more in the 3rd. That's why they lead it by a score of 4-3, and Bischoff looking to close things out once again here in the 6th.
Trying to get his 4th save. Already leads the league with 3 right now. But yeah, I was impressed by Beckley responding after that first inning, a guy who we knew didn't have a great fastball, kind of middle of the pack stuff. Wasn't quite sure what we were going to see, though, and we knew how his first outing went. And that first inning thought, oh, boy, this might be trouble, maybe another long day for Beckley. But he turned it around, got out of that first inning, only gave up the one big fly, and after that, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 batters in the fourth, and then 1, 2, 3 in the fifth.
First pitch to Attilis, swing and a miss. Fastball away from Bischoff at 93. Fastball, slider, changeup for Bischoff. This one pumped up the middle, a base hit.
Tillich just keeps on hitting. Bischoff's got his work cut out for him to get this save.
Boy, he could do that, just that swing day in and day out and get a base knock 2 out of 3 times a game.
They're perfect. They're line drives right over the infielders' heads, out of reach of any infielders, gaps, down the lines. He's not going to hit for power, but he's just, gosh darn it, going to get on base. He's got the speed to stretch some good ones into doubles. Got the speed to steal a base.
First pitch fastball in for strike one on Drew Galassi. He saved a home run earlier with his Superman play.
I will say, back to Attilis, if he comes back and re-watches this broadcast in the past, I want him to listen right now, because he gave me crap for giving him crap for wearing the oven mitt last time and not stealing. Down by a run, last chance. This is a good spot to steal.
0-2 on Galassi.
You get on second base, you got a good RBI hitter at the plate.
He'll stay on this one. Fly ball to right center field. Carrying Emmett back into the wind. Still carrying. It is gone! Drew Galassi have a day. Go-ahead home run here in the 6th inning. It's 5-4 Unicorns.
Well, I guess you don't need to steal when you can just trot. Galassi left it up there in the jet stream. We talked about Mitch Aker in batting practice. Get the launch angle, get it up there, and let the backspin in the wind do its job, and that's exactly what Drew did. That ball needed a flashing red light. Danger for planes. It got way up there.
Here's Ari Sakopoulos now with the chance to expand the lead, still with no outs in the 6th inning. Bischoff blown save here today as Sakopoulos lines that one foul. That also his first home run allowed in pro baseball. Lollipops to right, a base hit. Sakopoulos has had some good at-bats. Not much to work with in his 4-pitch walk in the 4th, but also a 3-run home run in the 1st. And all of a sudden, things turning way back on the Mammoths again here in the 6th.
You really want to try to make the most of your at-bats in these short doubleheader games. Some guys at the bottom of the order don't even get 3. The Unicorns' top of the order was at danger of only seeing 2 at-bats in this game, but they're making use here.
Pumped into right center field. Sakopoulos had a late break, but he'll still be able to go first to third. That's now 4 up and 4 straight hits.
Not super hard contact either for the 3 out of the 4. Obviously the home run. But Sakopoulos, he said lollipop, a little flare for Childress. Attilis was a little bit harder hit on the line, but not a statistically hard hit ball.
That's 85 miles an hour or above here in the USPBL. We've kind of weighted it for the league, 95 or above in Major League Baseball. Martin pinch running over at first base now for Childress. Give him a little stretch for
yeah.
game 2.
And give a little bit more speed, maybe get out of a double play situation, but I don't think so with nobody out. Already retaking the lead.
They will have Weinberger, Brown, Dwayne. That's 7-8-9. A little bit of above average 7-8-9, though, I would say. Kind of how it's shuffled here in game 1 as well. They have Connor Bagneski still waiting on the bench if they want to use him as well.
And I don't know if Dwayne has hit in the bottom third of their order this year. He's got decent pop. They got to get out of this inning first.
1-2, hard hit on the ground. Morales bobbled, feeds to second, still might get it. They do. Desperation throw by Buddy Dwayne. Another run does score. Ari Sikopoulos scratches the plate, the third here in the 6th inning. And it has gone from a 4-3 Mammoths lead with a save opportunity to a blown save and a 6-4 Unicorns lead.
Well, Lambert just wanted to put it in play with a runner on third. Nice play by Dwayne to bare hand grab the little flip from Morales after he kind of fumbled it for a second.
Landy Castro looks at a ball low.
That would have been really big if Lambert was able to beat that out.
Perry Bewley now warming up for the Unicorns, looking for a save, or maybe not, depending on if these Unicorns keep swinging the bat. Andy Castro punches a single to right. Well, it's been a little bit of a tougher road than we thought here for Scott Bischoff in the pros. Certainly what he did at the Division I level at Michigan State this year. That is now 11 runs, with 8 of them being earned in just over 11 innings when you account for today. Oh, pump low to Adam De La Cruz as Leandy Castro advances to second, and looks like that bit Hewitt in an area that wasn't padded.
I don't know. Had a strange sound to it. I think for Bischoff, he's just pitching too much right in the heart of the zone. This is a good Unicorns lineup that waits for that pitch in the middle. There's not a ton of bad ball hitters in the lineup, but they just are disciplined and will wait to get the right pitch.
Here's a 2-1 to De La Cruz. Bischoff moving quickly. Is that one in the dirt? Now the 3-1, high and in. And this will bring the 8th batter to the plate here in the 6th already, and that is already 20 pitches for Bischoff. As Hewitt takes a stroll to the mound. The Mammoths do have a guy warming up, but is that your starter in game 2? I guess it'd be a bit earlier for that. That is not a starter in game 2. That's Dearman, yes. Christian Dearman. Scheduled starter in game 2 is Colin Ledbetter along with Adam Riggleman. Could be a good pitching matchup. Riggleman has struggled a bit more lately, but a guy that has some good breaking stuff. Ledbetter with the explosive fastball as well. He's turned over to the starting side of things as Colin.
Still using that slider, where he gets the nickname Colin Slip and Slide Ledbetter.
Going to be his 4th start here today. He's thrown 32 innings, 13 walks to 41 strikeouts. Looking forward to game number 2 here today. Right now, 6-4 Unicorns. And still counting as that curveball is at the head of Matt Parkinson, bounces back. The breeze has died down a little bit right now to left center. Still blowing a little bit. The flag is actually twisted around the pole. Don't really see that very often. That's interesting. Just a little bit. 1-0. Fastball in for strike one at 92.
Trouble for Bischoff here. It seems like the other pitches besides the fastball just aren't working, and he's even had some trouble with that. But this Unicorns lineup, so many fastball hitters, that's their pitch. They're going to sit on it. He's got to be careful here.
Outfielders are back. Infielders are back with 2 strikes. Now in 2 outs as, boy, Hewitt takes another pitch. Maybe that one off the hand. He's been beat up here in the 6th inning.
He's still got to do game 2 in a couple minutes.
Well, who did we gather as the emergency catcher? Was Parker, right?
I think so, yeah.
He caught a little bit in college. Not too much, but enough to be comfortable to name him that. And for the most part, he will not catch unless they really need him to. Injury, pretty much. 1-2, fastball away. 2-2 on Parkinson. Here's the run breakdown. 2 in the first for the Mammoths, 2 in the third, 3 in the first for the Unicorns, and 3 more here in the 6th and counting. 2 more in scoring position. 2-2, shot foul. Parkinson is the only man not to reach besides John Hodo here today in this lineup for the Unicorns. 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. Hodo 0 for 3. Now the 2-2. Shot foul. Pitch count up to 26. At the head again. Just doesn't have good command of his stuff for whatever reason here today.
Well, Dearman is now sitting, no longer in the bullpen and warming up. Not sure if that means he's going to come in here or if Bischoff's got to just wear this one and gut it out. Just only needs a strike.
3-2. Whittled foul once again.
And those type of swings from a hitter Parkinson are just demoralizing as a pitcher. 3 foul balls in the at-bat already with 2 strikes. He's just barely making contact, and Bischoff, all he wants to do right now is see it go by and get out of this inning.
Swing and a miss. Gave it all he had at the top of the strike zone, and that was enough to strike out Matt Parkinson. A frustrated inning for the Mammoths. They were 3 outs away from taking this ball game here today. Instead, 3 runs on the board. The big shot, the 2-run bomb by Drew Galassi. He's been on point here tonight.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Perry Bewley will look for his 3rd save this year. It'll be his 16th appearance. here in the USPBL. 9 walks to 34 strikeouts, so looking to get in and out of this inning and get his team a nice come-from-behind victory here today.
He's been really good at punching in and punching out this year. Really impressed with the spin rates for Bewley, the velocity from a guy who's 5'10". So many tall pitchers in the league, and he still is one of the best fastballs among the league. Doesn't get a lot of contact. Pretty good swing and miss from Bewley as well. He's just been good all year.
Utica looking for their 21st victory of the year. Birmingham losing their 13th last night. And a remarkable win, or remarkable sweep, I guess you could say, here today by the Mammoths. Just how these doubleheaders have gone, combined with the Beavers win last night, could have made things really interesting, but neither of those looked very likely. The Beavers win, it's not like I can tell you that it's over, but
right.
Here's Wade Weinberger to lead things off. He pinch ran for Greg Vaughn Jr. in the 4th. That's after he led off, with a double.
And that was big because he was stranded there. They left 2 on in that inning while already being up 4-3, and you thought leadoff double, Speed on second. Dwayne reached on a walk. Speed on first. Good chance to add some insurance, and they couldn't bring him around. 2 pop-outs. And the top of the order from Thomas and Morales followed, and looking back, that's a big inning.
Fastball, slider, changeup here for Perry Bewley. Fastball's gotten up to 94 with real high spin at times. What happened there? Somebody's umpire shaking up, maybe?
I don't know.
I feel like we're just missing this each time, because it's just subtle. It doesn't seem to be. 1-0 hit him. That's not subtle. On the foot. And that's not the way that Bewley wanted to start things off here in the 6th either. That's the first batter he's hit this year.
Yeah, that's obviously not a very important stat, but it is a little, he's done a nice job not hitting guys. We've had a few pitchers who have struggled with it a little bit trying to pitch inside. Bewley's been one of the best inside pitchers this season. He seemed to do well responding to a mistake like that, though. Leadoff runner has happened a couple times to him. He's still been able to get the save or the hold.
If you're wondering whether he'll draw a double play here in the 6th, numbers kind of against him. Number 1, Weinberger is fast down at first, and right around league average and ground balls, but
so is Brown.
Speedy, that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
It'll be hard to get either runner at either base.
Outfield kind of at medium depth. We've seen them play pretty deep here today with the win. That isn't as much of a factor right now as it has been here today. It's definitely lifted some balls out and some balls in that would have been out in foul territory. Fastball high.
It's a really good take by Brown out of the hand. I thought that was a good pitch for him to hit, to jump on, drive out into the gap, put Weinberger in scoring position.
Bewley in the upper echelon in the USPBL and ERA, 121, and that's impressive given that he's a reliever. Not a lot of margin for error for these guys, so 15 appearances is 7th most, but for most guys, still 15 appearances, you have to work pretty hard to keep your ERA sub 2. He's 121.
Yeah, really just one bad inning. One bad inning in an inning and 2/3 of work. Back in July, early July, gave up 3 hits. That's the most he's given up in any appearance.
But Buddy Dwayne waits on deck. Connor Bagneski's still available if they want to use him. Tanner Thomas 0 for 3 at the top of the order. He's in a couple batters here as Weinberger draws the throw. We've already seen these Mammoths run a decent amount here today. They were caught stealing to begin the 5th after the leadoff walk to Connor Emmett.
I think this is a really nice part of the order to have up, though.
Runner in motion. That one spotted into right, a base hit. Weinberger heading first to third easily here. And the Mammoths are in business, trying to scrape right back in the 6th.
Yeah, I think looking back, this inning really depended on what Bewley was able to do with Weinberger in the leadoff spot. And you hit that guy, he gets on, a lot of speed. He's not going to be caught on the base paths in any situation too much. And then it's pressure behind him with Brown, who's been a good, consistent, and clutch hitter this year. Dwayne also has been good, and then the top of the order behind that.
Parkinson, Attilis coming to visit Perry Bewley here. 6 runs off 8 hits and no errors for the Unicorns. 3 big runs scored in the last half inning along with their 3 in the first. 4 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for the Mammoths. One swing of the bat can win this game. Who would have thunk? The Unicorns just felt like they had this game on hold given what they did in the 6th. Against a good pitcher. First pitch, swing and a miss. Trying to lift and separate at the top of the zone.
Dwayne's been caught chasing a fair amount this year. That's something he struggled with at the plate. He has to sit back here. Wait for his pitch. Bewley's going to come into the zone. He wants to get this out. And if he can get it by a strikeout or get a ground ball, that's the best situation for him. Dwayne's got to know that.
De La Cruz very deep in left. He's not necessarily an everyday outfielder, so not really wanting to be beat going back in a situation like this. It's not a park that necessarily insinuates a lot of extra bases, even if it gets by the outfielders. What do you think the best way to hit an inside the park home run here is? Nowhere?
It has to be like Trey Mancini's, where the outfielder loses it, it clanks off their head and squirts away the opposite direction of the next outfielder. That's the only way. This is barely a triples park, let alone inside.
Tight lead for Brown. He's going. The 0-1. Outside, he's going to throw. Skips into center field. Weinberger comes home. It's 6-5.
And that's what we talked about with getting that lead runner on from Weinberger. Speed behind him, speed behind him, and speed behind him. 4 guys in a row in this lineup who are going to run quickly and be aggressive on the base paths. Thought Brown might go, try to just at least stay out of the double play. Dwayne doesn't swing, and they get lucky with the error.
I'm a bit surprised he threw in that situation, to be honest.
Yeah, Parkinson's done a nice job this year not throwing down to second or first when there's a runner on third. Some guys, especially like Wade, I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of those guys who would jump on an opportunity on a throw to a different base to try to advance home. He didn't. He waited for it to go to center.
Now the 1-2. Fastball away. It's kind of been the game of the dramatic here today. In the first inning, the Unicorns put up 3 off the big 3-run home run by Ari Stakopoulos, his 10th this year. The Mammoths followed that up in the bottom of the first with a 2-run shot into the win off the bat of Houston Parker. It's a really nice swing. 2-2 in there for strike 3. That will be the first down here in the 6th.
Dwayne, perhaps too much patience and discipline. I was impressed by it in that at-bat to see that many pitches, but with 2 strikes, you have to be in protect mode. You have to, right before that pitch, tell yourself anything close, and that was close.
Then after the Unicorns took that 3-2 lead after the first, the Mammoths came back after being shut out in the second, put up 2 runs himself in the third. Emmett in a wild pitch, scoring that one. Unicorns with another comeback effort in their blood as Bischoff was on the hill looking to get another save. What would have been his third. It was a blown save, though. Faced 8 batters. Attila started it with just a patent single by him. 2-run home run by Glossy. Another run scored by Sakopoulos. That's why we carried in 6-4. And here the Mammoths rallying in the 6th. The throwing error costing right now. The infield in as that changeup is low and blocked by Parkinson. 1-1 to Tanner Thomas now. Trying to snap his 0 for 3. Fly out, pop out, pop out.
Infielders might come home if Brown decides to run. He's got to be very attentive to this ball off the bat of Thomas. He can score on a softly hit ball, but it's going to be difficult. He's got to make sure it's in the right spot. And he can't get caught too far off third. Those infielders wait a beat and try to look him back.
Now the 1-1. Shuttered foul. Mitch Morales on deck. Then it would be Connor Emmett, who's already had a good game here today. He's reached every time he's come to the plate here in just his second professional game. The flag is limp, so don't look at a home run necessarily right now, unless he just hits one on a line like he did, what was that, a week ago, like Brendan mentioned?
Yeah, he didn't need wind on that one.
They're way in, especially on the left side of the infield with this lefty at the plate. Here's the 1-2, high chopper over the head of Sakopoulos. The story continues to be written here in the first game of this doubleheader.
That's the game you play with bringing the infield in. You have to remember that. This is such a bouncy infield. We've seen so many wicked hops off the grass this season, and that not necessarily a wicked direction-changing one, but it's pounded into the ground and takes a huge bounce. It's been hot today. It's been hot all week. It's hard out there on that playing surface. Not a ton of moisture, and game-tying run comes across.
So obviously still a good chance to score the game-winning run with the top part of your lineup up, but it's been a long time since we've seen one of those tie rules come into play. It seems like we saw it so much to test it out.
Yeah, we saw a lot
at the beginning of the year, and they even ditched their first kind of ruling on how they would do it. They were going to start with the international tie-breaking run rule at second, and if the game was still tied, head to the new rules. But they've gone straight to the new rules now, which will be a runner on first and a coin flip to determine who is on offense or defense. If you choose to be on defense and you hold them, you win. If you choose to be on offense and you're able to score at least one, you win.
It makes for a lot of exciting baseball. It's really enjoyable to watch. A good idea, whoever brought it up, and great execution to implement it and put it into the league.
0-1 ripped back to the screen. 0-2 here on Mitch Morales.
The thing that I like about it is we've had a little bit of everything. We've had the fielding team win and the hitting team win, and we've had boring 0-0 sudden death winners, and we've had walk-off home runs, or we've had double plays from the infield to win with bases loaded. It's been very exciting. It's been nothing short of must-see TV when it happens.
0-2, shot to left field, a base hits. The winning run to second base, who has speed, and Tanner Thomas. All Connor Emmett has to do is hit it in a gap, and this game is over.
And Emmett's been great today, reached in all 3 appearances. One of them a single. Did score in that inning and had an RBI to go along with that single. How about this spot for your first pro game, huh?
No doubt.
Kind of feels like a video game. You get drafted, you're in the minor leagues or something, and you got to come up with the clutch hit to win.
Tanner Thomas on second base is the only runner that matters right now with 1 out. Strike 1 to Connor Emmett. Houston Parker on deck. He's also had a good day. Righty on lefty. Now the 0-1.
You mentioned righty on lefty. Bewley's been great against both all season. Really hasn't mattered that much. We'll see what today's inning how it impacts those stats in the long run, but I think we kind of jinxed him a little bit, Jeremy. Just a really uncharacteristic day for him. So much contact, hard contact as well. Got a little unlucky with the throwing error from Parkinson out into center.
0-2 fastball high. Yeah, this is already the 6th batter. 2 runs have come across. It started the leadoff hit by pitch to Wade Weinberger. He scored. Elijah Brown singled. He scored.
Yeah, I go back to that hit by pitch on Weinberger. The second pitch of that at bat, I think.
1-2 line drive to Hodo. Tough hop. Feeds the second in time over to first. Wow. This game continues. We're heading to extras here today. The middle of the infield has been potent here today for these Unicorns. And we'll head to these sudden death rules. Let's stick with you here as they will do the coin flip at home plate. So again, whoever decides to hit must score a run or they lose. Adrian Guzman taking it for the Unicorns. Taylor Jellikowski here for the Mammoths. Been a long time since we've seen a game end like this. Looks like there is some deciding going into that process. Did the Mammoths win? Usually they bring the microphone to home plate. But nonetheless, the Mammoths are going out to the field. The Unicorns are hitting. And that means the Unicorns will start with Matt Parkinson over at first base. They have Malik Bolin if they wanted to use him off the bench. Kind of, I would say, the same speed between those two guys. Not really burners, either of them. Now the Mammoths will have to send in a new pitcher as well. That's Christian Dearman. It was Bischoff who started the 6th. Things unraveled after the home run by Drew Galassi. Sakopoulos would score one more run. So for Dearman, this is appearance number 12. 3.65 ERA for him. The home runs have been a bugaboo thus far. Nearly 2 per 9, which is a big deal. Especially for a reliever who comes in a situation like this. He'll have Hodo, Attilas, Galassi due up. Hodo today is 0 for 3. Ground out, pop out, strikeout looking. 1, 2, 3 in the lineup for the Unicorns here today.
Top of the order is what you want in this sudden death extra. Is going to be big for Dearman to get this first out with a base runner on already.
Coming up in between games, we'll talk to Tanner Thomas. That was pre-recorded, so no analysis on game 1. Just kind of diving into some general topics with Tanner. But a lot still to be decided in this game. So it is Parkinson who comes out and runs at third. The last out in the 6th inning is how they decide that. Hodo digs in. Swing and a miss.
Hodo obviously no stranger to clutch situations. Had the walk-off hit in the championship last year for the Unicorns.
Well, at the least, obviously, you want to advance them in some way to second here. We talked about Attilas just being that kind of base hit machine. 1-2 slider away. You almost wish it was the inverse here. Hodo on the bases with his speed. Be a bit easier to navigate. 2-2 chopped on the ground, first base side, tags the bag to second, escapes him. Parkinson will remain at second base. That could be a big miscue here as 1 out is just recorded and Brown can't believe it.
Yeah, he thought, I mean, he probably had the second out if the throw was caught. Parkinson, I think, got beat to the bag. It's a good play by Brown. I like the decision to just step on the bag first and at least guarantee the 1 out.
The outfield will stay fairly shallow. They'll try to cut the runner down at the plate as Attilas looks at a ball high.
We've seen it happen before.
Unless it hits the gap, I don't see Parkinson advancing from second to home. Unless it's really hit not too hard. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 87. Tied him up.
Think about the fastball for Dearman. Has a lot of spin, a lot of tail on a four seam, despite the low velocity. Tough to hit.
One, two. Slider off the end of the bat.
It's a nice pitch there. Attilas barely able to nick it.
Kind of feel the tension behind this moment as well in the stands.
Yeah.
1-2, slap to right, a base hit by the glove of Morales. They're waving around Parkinson. Here's the throw from Emmett on target. He got him. Hewitt applies the tag. What an ending, and oh no, Hewitt is down and hurting. Well, you never like to see that. You hope that Duncan Hewitt is okay, kind of sprawling down on the ground right now.
We had mentioned this earlier. There's not really a emergency catcher for the Mammoths. No true backup.
Well, the game is over. The final out. Or no, I beg your pardon. That's only the second out.
See if we take a look at the replay here. What happened to Hewitt? It was obviously a close collision at the plate. I think Parkinson just, with a lot of speed, went right into the glove hand of Hewitt and maybe turned that wrist a little bit. He did a nice job holding onto the ball, but it looks like they're looking at his knee. Oh, yeah, Parkinson slid into the knee, too. Hewitt's left knee.
As they continue to look at Hewitt, we'll step aside. Hope he's able to get up off his own power. Not looking too good right now, though. His team is still in this game because of him. That would have been the game-winning run. Emmett with a heck of a throw from right. Hewitt kind of guarding the line, but not really blocking the plate. He was kind of up the line to the left.
That's where the throw was. You're allowed to block the plate in the path if you're fielding the throw, and he had to in order to catch the ball.
All right, well, stick with us here on the USPBL Network. It's a 6-6 game here in the extra inning rule. Drew Galassi, who's already played winner in this game a couple times, will try to win it when we get back after Duncan Hewitt is addressed.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Well, just moments ago, Hewitt able to sit up, and then he was helped up by his teammate there, Buddy Dwayne. Him along with Elijah Brown helping him off the field right now, trying to just get him to the quickest out on the field, which unfortunately is kind of long for him to get to down the first base line. But what a heck of a play. You hate to see Hewitt go down after it. Caught the line drive throw by Emmett just a little bit off the home plate stretch there. You see the concern by his counterparts and Ari Sakopoulos and Drew Galassi. So the game is not over. There's 2 outs. Parkinson was the runner that was tagged out, the fellow catcher. He was the extra inning rule runner here in the 7th.
Yeah, just not sure what the Mammoths are going to do here. I think it's of note that Houston Parker, not anywhere on the field. He was the third baseman today. He was the guy we mentioned as the backup catcher.
Malik Bolin, the only other available player to, or check that, Connor Bagneski, the only other available player, so he will have to go in.
Interesting to me, though, getting back to the game, is that Attilis is over there on second base. I was curious about that when we could immediately tell that Hewitt was hurt and down. Attilis was waiting over at first, and then time was called and stayed there. I'm not sure how he's awarded second base. It is going to be Houston Parker, the backup catcher.
So now Dearman probably will be given some time to just tune up again. It's been a long time since he's thrown.
We got to get Parker some reps behind the plate, too. He did catch in college, is what Jellikowski mentioned. Looks like Nick Caruso, the injured backup catcher, I should say alternate catcher, is going to give Parker maybe a different glove. So this is an interesting development with, this is cool, or not cool, interesting also. Again, they send Attilis back to first, so he tried to get second. They sent him back to first where he was when time was called. But we've seen a number of runs score all season long on wild pitches or passed balls, and that now plays a factor with Parker behind the plate.
So Bagneski will go to short, Dwayne to third, Morales still at second, and Brown over at first. And now Drew Galassi comes to the plate with a runner on first, which would be the game-winning run. There are 2 outs. If he records another out, the game is over. The Mammoths will win it.
Again, something we haven't seen yet in the sudden deaths. A new way to end this game.
First pitch, Galassi launches the bats. Nearly down the line into his own dugout. And Martin, he's like, here you go, man.
Perhaps a little comic relief after a tense and long situation with the injury to Hewitt. Wonder what the exit velo on that was.
Hang time. All the above. And by the way, this is still game 1. If you're expecting game 2, tuning in right around 8 o'clock. Galassi chases one upstairs. 0-2 on Drew.
Well, with those 2 swings, you think he's trying to end this game right here?
You'd think. Runner in motion, the 0-2 off the glove of Parker.
Yeah, surprised they didn't do that sooner. Obviously, Parker hasn't tried to throw a runner out in years.
Attila's dancing off of second now. Dearman staring him down. 1-2, did he offer? He did! And now, what's the argument here? They said he didn't? Why would the Mammoths be arguing? Did they say he fouled it?
Let's check the replay here. I'm not sure what they said happened.
I thought he called it a swing.
I thought it was a swing too. Ooh, if they call that a foul ball, it's incorrect. I'll tell you that, Jeremy.
Robert Sherby, our director, said reading his lips, the home plate umpire said foul ball.
Doesn't touch the bat.
New life for Galassi. Let's see what Dearman does. Runner on second, the winning run. 1-2, line drive to right. That'll jump in. Dearman rips the glove off, throws his hat. Flustered. But the Unicorns will win it here today. Drew Galassi, the hero in a lot of ways. A big-time catch, a home run, 2 RBIs, another one there here in the 7th. That's how game 1 will end. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorn. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. In between games of this doubleheader between the Unicorns and the Mammoths, Tanner. Sorry. All right, should we just go? I screwed up. I slurred his name for some reason. It's the heat, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm good. In between games of this doubleheader here at Jimmy John's Field, it's the Unicorns and the Mammoths. Tanner Tom is kind enough to join us now. Nice start to your pro career. How do you think it's been thus far?
I think it's been pretty well so far. I mean, it's been a great area to play in, and personally, I think I've been doing all right.
What do you think about this muggy weather?
You know, it's not the best, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
A guy from Florida, obviously, you played for the Savannah Bananas in their little pro tour before you got here as well. Played a lot with your teammates. Just, you know, what was that like, and what was the craziest thing you did?
You know, it was fun. I really do enjoy it because it's all about entertaining and just making baseball fun. It just feels like you're playing ball as a kid again. But the craziest thing I've done, I don't even know. It's probably jumping over the fence just for the entrance and just yelling and screaming and all that good stuff.
Well, certainly fun to watch that, and fun to watch some of the other teammates, what they have done as well. In terms of, you know, the baseball here, it looks like you get really good jumps out there. Any key to that? Anything that you've learned over time to get those?
Just reps, honestly. I take BP really serious, and watching just the balls off the bats and just seeing where they're going. It's really big on the first couple steps as an outfielder. Just really taking just a lot of thought into that, and just more reps and reps and reps.
You played at a high level, so obviously a lot of adjustments happening there in college as well, but you know, maybe some different adjustments here because you face these same pitchers over and over again.
Correct. I mean, pretty much, like I said, it's just taking practice really serious, and it's about getting that little bit better at everything just so you can be great rather than just being average and good.
A lot of great coaches in this league, you know, varying levels of experience, but, you know, your head manager and even your assistant has a lot of experience as well. Taylor Delikowski, obviously playing down in Florida a little bit for the Minnesota Twins organization. What have you gleaned from him thus far?
He's really easy to talk to, and just the respect for him is awesome, but he really does know what he's talking about, and he wants the best for us, and so just going all in for what he says, I can really just trust him in what he says, so pretty much.
You were roommates with Malik Barrington, a guy that moved on as well to the Twins last year from this league. He kind of encouraged you to play here.
He did. I definitely talked to him about it. He said all good things about this league. I didn't second guess it at all, but he was a workhorse, and I really got along with Malik, so I trusted everything he said also.
How's he been doing?
He's doing great. I mean, never a doubt, never a doubt.
Well, any other things you kind of want to improve upon before the year goes by here?
Really just a little bit of everything. I mean, hitting's always going to be something I work on. Defense, like I said, it's always about getting better a little bit at a time just so you can be great.
Obviously, with a 4-team league, everybody makes the playoffs. You guys are still trying to piece it together. You've had a lot of newcomers, you know, in the lineup and the pitching staff as well. What do you think you need to do as a team to, you know, push forward here?
I really think we just can't get too down on ourselves from what you just said. Like you said, everyone's going to be in the playoffs this year, so we just got to keep working at it, keep our heads high, and just keep working, you know?
Thanks for joining us here today. Best of luck going forward.
Thank you, sir.
Tanner Thomas, outfielder here for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. His Mammoths will play the Unicorns in Game 2 of this doubleheader shortly on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
All right, folks, who wants some free food? All you have to do is take a quick survey and receive a free $5 food voucher redeemable today at any concession stand here at the ballpark. The team at the Macomb County Health Department, our nationally accredited team, is looking for your feedback on the health of our community. The results will help them implement informed health strategies based upon your input. So become part of the team. Take a quick survey at our kiosk located on the main concourse and immediately receive a $5 food voucher. Together, we can keep our community healthy. So thank you for visiting Jimmy John Stadium, and let's enjoy the game.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to
do it. The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined GreenPath and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at GetAscensionMichiganCare.com.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
All right, folks, who wants some free food? All you have to do is take a quick survey and receive a free $5 food voucher redeemable today at any concession stand here at the ballpark. The team at the Macomb County Health Department, our nationally accredited team, is looking for your feedback on the health of our community. The results will help them implement informed health strategies based upon your input. So become part of the team. Take a quick survey at our kiosk located on the main concourse and immediately receive a $5 food voucher. Together, we can keep our community healthy. So thank you for visiting Jimmy John Stadium, and let's enjoy the game.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at Ticketsmarter.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Trion's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Trion, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTrion.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our
credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
All right, folks, who wants some free food? All you have to do is take a quick survey and receive a free $5 food voucher redeemable today at any concession stand here at the ballpark. The team at the Macomb County Health Department, our nationally accredited team, is looking for your feedback on the health of our community. The results will help them implement informed health strategies based upon your input. So become part of the team. Take a quick survey at our kiosk located on the main concourse and immediately receive a $5 food voucher. Together, we can keep our community healthy. So thank you for visiting Jimmy John Stadium, and let's enjoy the game.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jeremy and Brendan back with you here from the ballpark. Kind of a controversial end to game one. It looked like the ball did not tip off the bat of Drew Galassi. That was the call on the field. But instead it was ruled a foul tip. The game continued. Drew Galassi lined the ball into right for a base hit. And the winning run scored in the end, which was credited to Luis Attilis, who had a nice day at the plate. 2 singles and a double. Drew Galassi with a great day overall, despite, the controversy, I guess, is not his fault necessarily. He did his job in the end. A home run, a walk, a single, an RBI, along with the big-time catch. Watch out for that on outlets not here around the United States to see if that will air at some point later tonight. But time to check your starting lineups here for Game 2. First for the visiting Utica Unicorns here today. It's John Hodo who leads it off again and plays second. Luis Attilis will bat second and play short. Drew Galassi in the 3-hole as he plays center. It's Sakopoulos, Childress, and Bolin in the lineup. Bolin was resting in Game 1. He's back in there now. Kevin Lambert will hit 7th and play third. Landy Castro bats 8th and plays right. Jake Martin will round things out and catch here today. As for the home Westside Woolly Mammoths, it's Tanner Thomas who will lead things off and play center field. Houston Parker bats second and catches. Connor Emmets will bat third and play right. Brian Leaf bats cleanup and plays left today. Connor Bagneski in the 5-hole as he plays shortstop. Eli Brown will bat 6th and play first. Buddy DeWayne here in the 7-hole as he plays third. Wade Weinberger Jr. hitting 8th and DHing. And Mitch Morales will round out the order, batting 9th and playing second base. There were some scratches and changes. Leaf was originally not supposed to be in the lineup here in Game 2. He was supposed to be on the bench, and Hewitt was supposed to be in the 4-hole, but he was injured, unfortunately, on that play, and a great throw from Emmett from right. That kind of gets overshadowed in what happened in the end. The Unicorns picked up their 21st victory in game number 1. Can they get a sweep? It'll be the second consecutive sweep of these doubleheaders here today. We'll see if they can do it after this on the USPBL Network.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. TicketSmarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think TicketSmarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at TicketSmarter.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Colin Ledbetter on the mound here in the first inning for the Mammoths. He'll face Hodo, Attilis, and Galassi here in the first inning. Ledbetter has been good since converting to starter. This will be his 4th start here today. 16th appearance overall. He's thrown in 32 innings, 13 walks to 41 Ks. John Hodo looking to start things out the right way here.
See if the Mammoths can bounce back from what's a tough loss, and a loss that certainly should have gone the other way. If you're confused about what happened and want to go back, I encourage you to go back and take a look at that last swing. It was simply the incorrect call that cost the Mammoths the game there. Umpire ruled it a foul ball. Looked like he was ready to ring up Galassi too, and instead changed his mind, called a foul ball, and Galassi was able to time up the next pitch and put it into play. And credit to him for taking advantage of the gift, but you never like to see that.
Parker across the diamond, 1 up and 1 down here in the first. Check the defense behind Colin Ledbetter here today, brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. Prototype production proven. It's Bagneski in left, Thomas in center, Emmett is in right. Parker and Brown on the corners, Morales and Dwayne up the middle with DeWitt. Actually, these are the wrong ones. I beg your pardon. That is the updated lineup, actually. Forgot to, with the exception of Hewitt actually behind home plate, but changes galore that we had to kind of react to quickly. Forgot to change it on my defensive chart here, nonetheless. Luis Attilis comes up. Swing and a miss at the 1-1 fastball there. Ledbetter, sinker, slider, changeup. Fastball is maxed out at 93 so far this year. Now the 2-1 to Attilis. Fastball away. 3-1. Ledbetter, a guy that gives up a decent amount of fly balls. Kind of average ground ball pitcher as well. Good versus righties and lefties. Chopped on the ground to Parker. Feeds across the diamond. 2 up and 2 down here in the first for the Mammoths. That's a good response here by Westside. Obviously not an easy game to shake off, considering it's a half hour ago that it happened.
And there were a lot of emotions that kind of boiled at the end of that last game between the umpires and some of the players. And that's understandable, but we all have to still be professional, especially with another game to be played.
First pitch, hard slider in there for strike 2. And that's kind of where he ranges it, around 82 miles an hour. Now the 0-1. Low and in. His first changeup here today. One slider in for strike 2. Ari Sakopoulos would be next. This part of the lineup did a pretty big heap of damage in the innings they came to the plate in the first, 6th, and 7th innings of Game 1. Wow, don't see that very often from Colin. The slider just gets away.
Yeah, I think he just slipped or misplaced his landing foot on the mound. It was way wide of where he normally lands.
Kind of the ending, though, that first game overshadows all the good and, exciting that happened.
It was a lot of fun in that game, yeah.
I mean, you never love to see the injury. We hope that Duncan Hewitt is okay. We can continue this conversation in a moment. To the bottom of the first we go. Still 0-0 after 1-2-3 from Colin Ledbetter.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our
credit union is all in with Utica councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
To the bottom of the first we go. Adam Riggleman now on the mound to face this lineup for the Mammoths. A little bit of editing and a whiteout had to go into making this lineup for Game 2 here today for Taylor Jellikowski, with his catcher being injured at the end of the game. So kind of finishing our thoughts on what that first game was. If you're just tuning in, you missed a lot. The first inning was productive really for both offenses. Nice job by the Unicorns to jump on top early. Double, walk, home run all in a row in the first inning. That made it a 3-run bomb for Ari Sakopoulos. So the Unicorns led 3-0. Then in the bottom half, the first 2 outs were recorded. Then a hit by pitch to Connor Emmett, who had a productive day. Home run off the bat of Houston Parker made it 3-2. It remained the same for a couple more innings. Then in the third, the Mammoths scored a couple runs, kind of headlined by the double and RBI off the bat of Connor Emmett. That made it 4-3 Mammoths. We stuck to that for a little while. Then the Unicorns down to the brink in what was a 6-inning game. Both of these games have a doubleheader that way. Led off the 6th inning against a power pitcher and Kyle Bischoff with a single. That was Attilis. Then the 2-run home run by Galassi. They scored another run to give themselves a 2-run lead. The Mammoths said, we're not going to go down without a fight. As there's a ball hit to first, or to second. Hodo makes the play for the first out here in the first. The Mammoths in the bottom of the 6th, able to tie the game in the end. Leadoff hit by pitch to Wade Weinberger Jr. He scored along with Eli Brown. Then that sent us into the extra innings rule. It was unclear who won the toss, really. You know, they didn't put the microphone out there. I know you were in the bathroom when that happened, but
yeah, it was an emergency. I had to step aside before this game was over. With the Unicorns hitting, I'd have to guess the Unicorns won the toss. I don't think Jelly would elect to field against that lineup.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing as well, but it just, you know, there wasn't much of a reaction between the two, so. And they usually bring the microphone out to home plate. They did not do that here today, but nonetheless, that hit the home plate umpire here, who is trying to shake it off at the moment.
Well, long day for him.
One 1-0 on Houston Parker. Infield spread out, outfield back with what he did in Game 1. The wind is calm. You talk about a calm night right now. It's prototypical. The crowd may be a little bit tired from all the sun they soaked in as well.
Beautiful night now.
Believe it or not, it's still 86 degrees. And again, we're always tainted because we hit. What is this air on?
It's like
right
65 in here. I'm going to have to put on my jacket in a minute.
3-0. Fastball in for strike one on Houston Parker. Supposed to be 92 tomorrow, 85 on Monday. Then it'll cool off a little bit. And by cool off, we mean 80s. But it's going to, as long as there's not a lot of humidity, that's going to feel pretty good. 3-1 up the middle with Tillis. Tough play. Skipperoo still able to get a throw, but Parker is safe. They have ruled that a hit.
Nice shot by Parker to run it out after it takes that tough hop. It's hard for Tillis to regather, but he did a nice job sticking with it. Just a little bit too high of a hop off the glove to get it over to first in time.
Here's Connor Emmett. Boy, pro ball seems easy for him, huh? Just second game, reach every time. You already got your first base hit away in your first game. Game on the line and the extra inning. Uncork a beautiful throw, maybe just a little bit offline. That was the play that injured Hewitt with the collision with Parkinson, his fellow catcher, coming in home. Swing and a miss by Emmett. Didn't really come to mind, but is Parkinson okay? I mean, he's obviously not playing in this game scheduled, but...
Yeah, he looked okay. He was quickly over there consoling Hewitt and checking on him right after he got up from the slide.
Now the 0-2. Fouled back. Jeremy Otto alongside Brendan Shabat to bring you both games of this doubleheader here today. Late first pitch here for game number 2. Did you catch the exact time? I forgot to write it down.
No, I did not.
Right around 8:30. 8:39 Eastern time, our exact time right now. Oh, 2, fastball low and in. 1-2 on Connor Emmett. Another Division I product. Out of Central Arkansas. One, two, bust him inside for strike 3. Fastball at 89, froze him. There's the first strikeout for Adam Riggleman.
It's a nice pitch. 2 strikes inside. It's a pitch that'll freeze a guy very often, and it got Emmett there.
Short lead for Parker. First pitch to Leaf. Brushes his back. Well, after both teams got some length from their starters, they still used 2 bullpen arms each. Beckley ended up going 5 for the Mammoths. And they obviously using the extra arm Dearman in the extra inning the 7th. Otherwise, they wouldn't have in a regular 6-inning game with no extra inning. Now the 1-1. Fastball away. 2-1 on Bryant. First inning today brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. We thank Fifth Third Bank for their sponsorship of the USPBL Network. Now the 2-1. Fouled back to the screen. Well, how about the 2 Tiger draft picks making their debut for West Michigan? The 2 middle infield prospects as well. Guys that played with each other in summer ball a couple years ago and against each other in the same baseball college conference. Pacheco has hit 2 home runs so far. One yesterday, one today. That one line foul. Today, 426 feet.
Yikes. That's a blast.
That came in Lansing. It was on and over the one of two berms they have. They kind of have one in left and one in right if you've been there.
Cheap ticket those are. Lawn seats.
Yeah.
Good spots.
It's kind of a cool lawn.
Yeah.
Different than most, I would say.
They got the apartments out in center field, too.
Yeah.
Those are not a cheap ticket, but they're pretty cool.
Newly built are those. You'd have entertainment, what, 60-some nights a year for free.
And it's a good view. You know, people, you can go, like at Comerica, for example, you can go on top of the DAC and see into the stadium, but, you know, you're on the other side of the street. You can't really see anything. The apartments at Jackson Field in Lansing is just like an outfield seat. They're close and they're good. They've even gotten hit on some home runs before.
Have they really?
Yeah.
On the ground, Attilas feeds to second in time, and that will be the end of the inning. Nothing becomes of the base hit that reached here in the first. Still 0-0 after one.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Good first inning for these two pitchers here today. Colin Ledbetter worked a 1-2-3 first. Ground out, strikeout. His counterpart, Riggleman, saw a couple base runners. But nothing became of that in the first. He struck out one as well. I think just what the doctor ordered for a game that, you know, maybe lasted a bit longer than you'd expect. The hot sun kind of soaking up these players, and there are a few changes, but, you know, Brian Leaf, a guy who was scheduled to get a game off here in game two, he's right back out there because of the injury earlier, and this is really only a two-man bench for each team in the USPBL. Both the Mammoths and the Unicorns have a position player in IR. That's Nick Caruso for Westside and Kenny Rodriguez for the Unicorns.
Yeah, I think if you're a player, you really just have to think about this as a 12-inning, extra inning game. You know, think about it as just one game, one long day. Might help you get through it.
First pitch to Sakopoulos. Looks at a ball inside. He played at his 10th home run of the year back in the first inning of game one. Probably carried, I can almost guarantee he's carried his average back over 300. Came in at 297. A home run, walk, and a single should do that for you. Oh-1, shuttered foul. 0-2 on Ari Sakopoulos. And did that bite him?
Yeah, I think it did.
Gosh, we're like 0 for 10 on realizing.
I feel like he's done that more than most to himself this season, is foul some off right back on top of his foot.
It might have been even the leg, kind of looking at the replay here. Which he has, I guess he doesn't have a protective guard on the back leg. That's what he hit it off of. Most guys, more so power hitters, have the protective guard in the front, which he does there. But it always kind of finds a way to not hit the part that's protected. The same is true for catchers. We saw that in the first game as well. Roped down the first base line. Brown got a piece, sprawling out. Ledbetter going to patty cake that into foul territory with a spin, and oh no, looks like he might be hurt now. Did he kind of roll the glove hand when he was making that move, or is it more the back?
I don't know. It was strange to see him roll like that because he almost didn't need to. It was just kind of a reaction.
Huh.
Maybe a knee, maybe the glove hand. Seems like a pretty clean tuck and roll though.
Yeah, I think the same after watching the replay here. That also ruled a hit. Noah Childress. Try to keep this line moving here in the second.
Slider's been good for Ledbetter so far. Has kept it low. Hasn't really showed any signs of hanging one. Most contact has been on the ground. There's another good one.
Ledbetter, a guy that's limited extra base hits this year. He's only given up one. It was a home run. That's through over 33 innings. 1-1, line drive to right center field. That's tailing away from Thomas. Sikopoulos hits the bag at second, heading to third. They've got first and third with no outs to begin this second inning.
Nice job by Childress waiting for his pitch. Getting behind it, driving it through the baseball. Mammoths did a decent job earlier today getting out of some tough, sticky situations against these Unicorns, and another one here.
Malik Bolin did not play in game one, starting in left field here in game two. Now the first pitch to him. He did go around on that pitch for strike one. Oh, 1 off the mask of Parker. Trotting home is Ari Sikopoulos. He will score the first run of this game. 1-0. The lead for the Unicorns.
That's what you can't do in that situation if you're Colin Ledbetter. You have to force the offense to make a play. He knows it. He saw it. You could see it on his face after that.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Wipeout slider. His second K here today. That the first out here in the second inning as well. Kevin Lambert in game one, 0 for 3. Tough day. Strikeout, pop out, ground out. First pitch to Kevin, fastball pounded back to the screen. Leandy Castro on deck. Now the 0-1. Curveball in. Childress on second base here with one out, ranging off of that. Now the 1-1. Slider that hung and punched foul. Again, you can watch us on Facebook, YouTube, My Michigan TV, the latest addition to that lineup. My Michigan TV pregame show that you can also watch in the stands if you're at the ballpark. Nice addition there. The 1-2, another slider in on the hands, but taken for ball 2.
The only downside is you get to see us on the video board in even bigger, more HD form than usual.
Well, we break it up with a player interview now. That's our addition. And
less FaceTime for us.
Wow, some tough sliders there to Kevin Lambert. Now 2 straight Ks for Ledbetter here in the second.
It's a good way to follow up the jam. He just needed that one wild pitch back. And it's funny, Bolin still swung at it for a strike, but back-to-back Ks is what you wanted after getting first and third with nobody out.
So here's Leandy Castro now. Jake Martin on deck, the catcher here in game 2. Leandy also starting in game 1, playing right. He's right back there as well here in game number 2 as he swings and misses at the slider. Heavy dose of slider in the last 10 or so pitches here in the second inning for Ledbetter. He's thrown 26 through an inning and 2/3. The 0-1. Wow. Here it is, hit it at this point, right?
Right. If they're going to keep swinging, I'm going to keep throwing it.
Second inning brought to you by Jarbcom. 2 outs, runner on second base. 2 strikeouts in a row. Can he strike out the side even after allowing a run? Leadoff error here in the second. Now the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Dazzling with the slider is Colin Ledbetter. He strikes out 3 in a row. Bolin, Lambert, Castro. And it's 1-0 Unicorns. Brendan Shabath will take over play-by-play when we get back on the USPBL Network.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Welcome back. Adam Riggleman still on the mound. Inning number 2, bottom half of the second. It'll be Bagneski, Brown, and Dwayne Jr. all due up for the Mammoths. Bagneski didn't play in game number 1 until Hewitt went out, in which he subbed in at shortstop. Brown went 2 for 3 with an RBI and 2 stolen bases. He's due up. Bagneski hitting 192 this season. Does have a couple RBIs. 10 walks and 10 Ks. Good plate discipline. That one's inside for ball 2. Mammoths down a run. Sakopoulos came around to score after getting from first to third on the Noah Childress sharp single and then scored on a wild pitch from Ledbetter. popped him up on the left side. Ranging back is the shortstop Attilis, and he'll make the grab. 1-0 our score right now. 7-6 was your final in game number 1. 13 total runs coming around. It was a high-scoring affair, a fun one. Kind of got overshadowed by the Hewitt injury for a little bit in the extra inning, and what was a dazzling play, a nice throw from Emmett and right, and Hewitt applied the tag to Parkinson, who was trying to score the game-winning run, but injured his knee on the slide from Parkinson. First pitch to Brown outside. And was then later overshadowed by what should have been the game-ending third strike to Drew Galassi that was later called for a foul ball. Galassi got another chance and roped a single out into right. Attilis, who was on third, was able to score. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Righty-lefty matchup here. 1-2 outside, 2-2, which is not what Brown typically likes to see. He's done a good job against both, but he's surprisingly been really good against lefties this year, hitting .300. Against righties, just .150. Popped up foul, hits the screen, and then scoots into the stands. Second inning on the USPBL network, brought to you by Jarbcom Audio Video Solutions, and Brown will put a single out into center. One down and one on for Buddy Dwayne. Just a second hit for Riggleman. It was Parker who got an infield hit that could have gone either way as far as an hit or an error. Attilis kind of bobbled it for a second off his glove and then collected it but couldn't get it over to first in time. Brown's got speed, stole 2 bases in game 1. He's now up to 14 on the year, the league lead, and Riggleman keeping him close at first. Dwayne in game 1, 0 for 2 plus a walk. There goes Brown. Martin, the throw down is high and outside. Brown, 15 stolen bases now this season. Pitch was way high for a ball. Not exactly an intentional pitch out, but kind of acted that way. Martin was able to stand up and get ready, but still unable to toss down an accurate throw. Breaking ball in there for a strike at 74 miles an hour. For Riggleman, it's the 4-seam fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, sinker. Does have 5 pitches, but the bottom 3 all use less than 10%. Swing and a miss. Dwayne now behind 1-2. Couldn't catch up to that fastball. Average velocity for it is 89, as was that last one. He's touched 91. Bottom of the zone, strike 3. Dwayne doesn't like the call. He goes down looking. 2 outs, man on second. Second strikeout today for Riggleman. Both of them backwards. Now here's Weinberger. Pinch ran in game 1 for Greg Vaughn Jr. after a double. Did get in that bat later in the game, too. Was hit by a pitch and scored a run. Inside of the zone, fastball, strike 1. Hard hit to second. Hodo with a nice play there to field it. Flip to first, and out number 3. Riggleman gives up a hit, but Brown stranded at second, still 1-0. Unicorns take to the plate in the third when we come back.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our
credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Back here at the ballpark for the third inning in our 6-inning Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Unicorns were able to take Game 1 in extras. All but one doubleheader this season have been split between the two teams. Our first and only sweep so far coming last week. The Beavers were able to pick up 2 wins. So here's Jake Martin. 9-1-2 hitters due up. First pitch slider low, ball 1.
Boy, sticking with the slider for good reason. He kind of dazzled with 3 straight Ks back in the second with it.
Gave up back-to-back hits to Sikopoulos and Childress, and after that, Bolin, Lambert, Castro, all down, swinging on strikes. 4 today for Ledbetter. Off the foot of Martin, foul, 1-2. Martin playing in his 7th game as a pro. 1 for 11 before today. Slider got him. That one hung up a little bit, and Martin was still caught off by it. 4 strikeouts in a row.
There's been, what, 15, 20 pitches in the stretch of these 4 strikeouts. At least 75%, if not more, have been sliders.
That's why we call him slip and slide. For Ledbetter, that slider obviously has been his best pitch all year. Opponents hitting 132 against it.
I think Can't Touch This would be appropriate, right?
Yeah.
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 1990. Just looked it up. That's when it was released.
There you go. There's a 90s one. Another big swing and a miss on another slider. He gets hitters to chase just below 30% of the time with the slider. Swing and a miss at 16% too. Ooh, Hodo thought about it. Held off for ball 1. Pretty good numbers for both. One, 2 again. Guess what? Slider, swing and a miss. Five straight Ks, 6 today for Ledbetter.
Was it Ledbetter that had the 7K streak?
Earlier in the year went
Yeah,
seven strikeouts in a row, and did not throw a pitch outside the zone that was called for a ball until the last batter of that 7 straight. Still struck him out. There's a slider in the heart of the zone. Antilles takes it for strike 1.
Well, he could do that here. Strikes out the side in the 3rd.
Colin not known for first pitch strikes, but he's done a good job here. There's a fastball pumped in at 92, 0-2.
Actually, he did one more to start the 4th, but can get 6 in a row right here.
Oh, 2 on Antilles. Swing and a miss. Colin Ledbetter. Parker throws down to first to complete the strikeout. That's 6 in a row. Ends the top of the 3rd. Mammoths trying to get back in this game, down by a run. Batting in the 3rd on the other side.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined GreenPath and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
Adam Riggleman's got some good competition on the mound for the Mammoths. Colin Ledbetter has 7 strikeouts through 3 innings and just got 6 in a row, striking out the side in the 3rd and striking out all 3 outs in the 2nd. Every strikeout also coming on swings. See what Riggleman can do, holding a 1-run lead here in the 3rd.
Pretty easy for these 2 pitchers to stay hot, that's for sure. Not a lot of time in between innings. That's nasty.
These doubleheaders try to go move them by quickly. Morales batting in the bottom of the order, looks at strike 1.
You thought if both of these guys brought their good stuff, we could see a good pitcher matchup here in game 2.
Fouled off.
That breaking ball is something we talked about very early on with Riggleman, just how much he threw it. He was nearly throwing it more than his fastball, but has since picked up the fastball quite a bit, I'd say, actually, the usage.
Still throws the slider a quarter of the time, forcing fastball a little bit over 50%. Little fly ball to left. This is trouble. That's going to drop on the line. They say foul ball. Pretty close there. Morales would have had a stand-up double and maybe more as Lambert had left third base and was all the way out there down the line trying to make the play. Nonetheless, it's just a long strike and we'll head back 0-2.
A ball like that earlier might have reached the warning track.
Yeah, with the wind we had today. Got under it, put it up in the stream. Wind has completely died down since then. That center field flag, completely limp. And another foul ball. Jelly dances out of the way. Nice moves over there.
Looks like a little Irish dance or something got going on there.
Morales in his first 4 pro games, 3 for 14. Couple runs scored, 3 RBIs, as we talked about in his debut. None of them coming on base hits. Fouled off again. 84 on the fastball.
We have certainly seen some tough at-bats here today, just all throughout both of these games. Hitters not giving up, whether it be the score, the count. There were several times, several gut punches that you felt in that first game. It didn't really faze him.
Popped foul. That's 4 in a row now from Morales. Still behind 0-2. He's in protect mode, and he is protecting.
Especially in the first game, this Mammoths team obviously struggling just to finish off wins. You get a 3-run home run, easy to mail it in a 6-inning game.
Fly ball to left field, ranging over his Bolin. Does a nice job to make the grab there. That's just the first out. Nice to see Bolin make a play. He voiced some frustrations when him and I spoke the other day about just some tough plays he's having in left field. Hard to see the line drives. Obviously, we've talked about it before. He's not a left fielder or an outfielder by any means. Had never played in the outfield before. And then him and Sakopoulos have since switched between left and first base. I thought it was interesting, the decision to put Bolin in left, as Thomas skies one to center field. Galassi's going to have to go back a few steps, but no danger. It's playable for out 2.
Yeah, kind of that very next at-bat is what you look to after a long battle that Riggleman had with Morales, given it was all 0-2, but again, some more fouls. Fouls have been common here today from these hitters, but Tanner Thomas tried to give it that ride to center instead. Galassi is there. You don't want to hit it to him.
No.
That's what I'm chopping it up to. Just don't hit it to center.
So here's Parker. Now the catcher today was scheduled to be over at third base prior to the Hewitt injury. He looks at a ball. 1 for 2. Did have the 2-run home run in the first inning and a walk in game 1.
Well, if you missed game 1, you missed one of the better catches of the year, certainly by Drew Galassi. Rewind and let yourself enjoy that one in the early innings.
They'll catch it on SVP tonight.
Highly possible. We get it out there.
3-0 now on Parker. Has an on-base percentage of .419, and an underrated part of that is he's been hit by a pitch 12 times this year. Slider in for a strike. Far and away the most of anybody. And actually, if we're getting technical, he's been hit by a pitch 13 times. But one, the umpire said his elbow was in the strike zone and rung him up, as there were 2 strikes. Fastball low, and he walked him. Parker will do that too. That's his 12th walk of the season to just 17 strikeouts.
Well, just the mood of this game lately, it doesn't feel like the Unicorns are up. And their run was kind of a silent run, if you want to call it that. A leadoff single that could have gone either way in terms of single error. And then Sakopoulos was able to score in the end. But at the end of that inning is where he started his streak with still going of strikeouts.
Emmett trying to break this game open. Strike 1, fastball.
It's the guy you want up there. He's had a good day today.
1 for 2, hit by pitch, walk, and an RBI on his single in game 1. It was the game-tying RBI, and then he would score the go-ahead run when the Mammoths held a 4-3 lead. Did that hit his foot? No, it scoots away. Parker's going to try to go all the way to third. First to third on the wild pitch, standing up. Houston Parker is in scoring position with 2 down.
We've seen some heads-up base running here today as well that's maybe stole a run or 2. And in a close game like this, that can have a big impact. Look at Taylor Jellikowski making sure that Attilas wasn't trying to play the hidden ball trick, kind of looking around. Luis playing with them.
Seen some guys in the majors get caught with that pretty bad this year. So now Emmett facing a 1-1. Back up the box, and that's going to tie this ball game. The aggressive base running pays off for Parker. The sharp ground ball single, second RBI today for Emmett, his first in this game, and we've got a new ball game, 1-1.
Have a start to your career, huh? Jeez. When a strikeout looking is the worst thing you've done in the first 3 games of your career,
yeah,
I'll take it, huh?
That's a sharp single up the middle, too, off the bat at 96. Now Brian Leaf looking to keep a 2-out rally going. Fly ball to right, hanging up, going back is Castro. Just onto the warning track. He'll make the grab. Little scary sight for Riggleman off the bat of the power hitter Leaf. So now we're tied 1-1. We'll head to the 4th. Jeremy Otto takes over on the USBBL Network.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Here's Colin Ledbetter, much watch TV right now. 6 straight Ks. He's K'd 7 through 3. Struck out in the side in the second after giving up the game's only run for the Unicorns. Then after that, he's been all locked in, mostly with the slider. He has brought back the fastball to kind of back him off the plate a few times, and as a change of speeds, I guess, in the other direction.
Right. And that's not typically what we see. You say change of speeds, most people think slow it down. He says here's 3 sliders at 82 and then a fastball at 92. The thing about his slider that's just so tough is it looks so much like a fastball. And the way it works as a hitter is you see first pitch slider, okay, he threw that slider, I let it go by, it's a strike. Now he's going to try to speed me up like we talked about with the fastball. And then he throws it again, and it looks like a fastball, and it's not. And you swing and miss. And you say, okay, now here comes the fastball. He's not going to throw 3 sliders in a row. And then there's slider number 3, and you're down on strikes walking back to the bench.
First pitch slider, lollipops. Nice catch by Bagneski. Kind of taking the outfield approach to it. Breaks the strikeout streak, but the out streak intact. Well, it's been pretty easy for a guy that's not the everyday catcher as well, and Houston Parker putting down 2. And with not a lot of guys on base, you don't really have to differ from your signals.
Right. Which that was interesting. I talked to Matt Parkinson about that, asking him just about signals and about how it goes and what their signals mean and stuff like that, and was asking if he cared to share. You know, some catchers want to be secretive about that. They don't trust us announcers. I don't blame them.
Who would, yeah.
Right.
The 0-1, slider in.
But he said, you know, they actually, as a league, talked together about the signals and said, hey, we don't, you know, this is a development league. We don't want to try to have to hide our signals. If you're on second, just don't look. And it's kind of the unwritten understanding that you're not going to look. And anyways, we all know it's basically 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's just a matter of where they want the pitch.
Not sure he even gave one there. Swing and a miss on the fastball at 90 miles an hour, 1-2. Fastball's been up to 92 for Ledbetter today. They shift him to pole, especially in right, and then center field. Here's the 1-2. Pounded foul.
Interesting. Ledbetter shook off Houston Parker there and ended up throwing the fastball. Maybe trying to get a little confidence boost, strike out the best fastball hitter in the league with a fastball. Who knows? Didn't quite play out the way he wanted.
Shot right into the shift. Dwayne across the diamond. 2 up and 2 down here in the 4th. Now, theoretically, the shortstop would have been there, but nonetheless, maybe that's what Sakopoulos was looking to do. Dwayne in between 2nd and 3rd when that play begun.
Yeah, we're starting to see the shift as we get to the later stages of the season play a bigger factor. We saw some bigger shifts last night that the Hoppers put on defensively to some Beavers hitters. I think that one we saw last night to Stubbs was perhaps one of, if not the biggest shifts we've seen. They had Christian Perez, the second baseman, over there in shallow right field. They had 2 right fielders.
"1-0, is that fair?" No, it's off the leg of Childress. That was my initial reaction, but
that's what I thought too.
Parker just jumping on it in case, what you should do in that situation. Straight up against Childress here in the outfield and the infield with 2 outs, 1-1. Little floater that's going to hook over the screen. 8 straight retired here in the 4th inning. Or not in the 4th, you know what I mean. Shot to the gap in left center field. That's going to chase Thomas to his left, and Childress will rumble to first with 2 outs in the 4th.
Well, it's no surprise that the only guy Ledbetter hasn't sent down at least once today is Noah Childress. He's been described by everybody league-wide as just a truly professional hitter.
Here's Malik Bolin now. He struck out back in the 2nd, started that strikeout streak. Fastball at 92. He's thrown 5 of those today, in for strike 1. 4th inning brought to you by Jimmy John's. We thank Jimmy John's for their sponsorship of the USPBL Network. Tailing fastball away from Malik Bolin. I guess you can only throw so many sliders, right? And certainly when you're starting a game.
I'd keep throwing it.
He's gotten back to the fastball. That's, I guess, my only point, just from an arm standpoint. Yeah. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. The changeup on the exterior for strike 3. He has 8 Ks here tonight. And it's still 1-1 on the USPBL Network.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at GetAscensionMichiganCare.com.
J&B back with you here. To the 5th inning we go. Kevin Lambert, Landy Castro, and Jake. Actually, it's the other side. Sorry. Connor Bagneski, Eli Brown, Buddy Dwayne will bat here in the 4th. Bagneski popped out in the 2nd. First pitch in for strike 1. One more game tomorrow in the USPBL. It'll be Brennan Shabath and Nick Matthews on the call, that one. On the ground, ooh, a little Olay by Riggleman. Throws it to first for out number 1.
And nice little play there. Pitchers are athletes too. We saw that last night. Harry Orth. Nice little play. Had to sit down on the ball, kind of get out of the way, and then fell on it and still was able to get the out.
Hoppers and Beavers tomorrow. 1:05 first pitch. They'll be on the air at 12:45 on the USPBL network.
Pretty big game for both teams. Beavers looking to get back to their winning ways, especially after the Unicorns have already picked up 1 win here today, looking to make it 2 right now.
0-1 on Brown. He singled back in the 2nd, stole the base as well. Now the pitch. 91 in for strike 2.
Didn't think we were going to at any point this year say a guy has 15 stolen bases like Elijah Brown does, and we've still got a month left of the season. We talked about Travius Ford preseason. He was going to be the stolen base king this year, and obviously that's not going to happen with his injury and how much time he missed, but I don't even know if he's going to get to 15.
It's quite a bit. 0-2 ripped back to the screen.
And not caught stealing yet either.
Looked at it outside for ball. In 5 years at Sacred Heart, Brown had 71. 71 with 15 caught stealing, 27 stolen bases his senior year last year, 2021. That one, the 3rd K into the books for Adam Riggleman. First pitch fastball away from the corner for ball 1. 1 run off 3 hits and no errors for both sides to this point here in the 4th. Check some scores around Major League Baseball here today. The hometown Tigers defeat the Rays 9-1. Fly ball right field. Castro onto the warning track, and that's another 1-2-3 inning. The first, this time around, for Adam Riggleman. We'll see what Colin Ledbetter has for us in the 5th when he comes back out on the USPBL network.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at TicketSmarter.com.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Welcome back, everyone, to Jimmy John's Field. 90s night at the ballpark. They're playing an old infomercial now in the on the big board here.
Missed the infomercial days. Those were good times.
Oh, it's a Sears commercial. There you go.
Wow, that is 90s, yeah.
Talking about how hot it was, that makes sense. What is this one?
Oh, I'm trying to figure this out before they tell us. It's like a coloring book or something. Yeah, I was right. Zoo Books is what was the name? That's not what I thought the name was,
yeah,
but
okay, I remember these.
yeah, I remember seeing this commercial dozens of times.
Well, when it's time for baseball, it's time for beer. Two-Hearted Ale has been named the #1 beer in America for the past 4 years by members of the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two-Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery. Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. (7-8-9) due up against Colin Ledbetter here in the 5th. He struck out 8 through 4. First pitch. Fastball off the plate outside. So we told you the Tigers beat the Rays 9-1 the final. Their big 5-run 7th kind of separated them in that one.
How about them Tags?
Garrett Hill gets the win. McClanahan with a tough outing. Gave up 4 earned runs to begin it. Second game of the All Eyes On series, San Diego and LA, kind of ended a little bit anticlimactically in game 1, 8-1 Dodgers. Now it's 0-0 in the second of game 2.
Rush home and turn that game on.
One and 2 now on Lambert. In on the hands there. Tough hop for Bagneski. He stayed with it and still able to get Lambert over at first.
Very nice play. It is just not easy to be an infielder on this field with some of the wicked hops that it takes, and you really have to be ready for anything, and Bagneski did a nice job getting behind the ball at first, and once you're there, it's easier to make any play on any strange hop, and that one went straight up, but he still grabbed it.
So now 11 of the last 12 batters have been retired here by Colin Ledbetter as he dips in a first pitch slider for strike 1.
I thought that pitch was going to hit Leandy Castro.
That's more loopy than it's been here today. It's been a very sharp slider for the most part. Certainly was when he recorded his 6th straight between the second and third innings. 0-2 wiped out. There's another number 9 for Ledbetter here today. He has not walked a batter thus far. So the tweet is out. So help Drew Galassi get on SportsCenter here. Tweeted 43 minutes ago at USPBL. It's already got some traction there.
Certainly deserves it. We've had a few get on top 10. Chris Davis won this year already that's made it. We've had a few not top 10 also. Not this season, but
we have, yes,
in the history of the league.
Chopped up the middle. Bagneski charges, and another 1, 2, 3 inning for Colin Ledbetter. His 3rd today in 5 innings of work. Also faced just 4 in the 4th. Locked in, to say the least.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. But I'll guess it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Adam Riggleman on the mound here in the 5th. After a 1-2-3 fourth. The 1 run given up by Riggleman in the 3rd, that was after the 1-out walk, driven in by the single by Connor Emmett. What a day he's had today. Thrown out a runner coming home in the late inning of the extra inning. Reach base every time. He came to the plate in game 1, and now an RBI single here in game 2. Wade Weinberger Jr., Mitch Morales, Tanner Thomas. It'll be 8-9-1 in the lineup here for the Mammoths. Weinberger today grounded out back to the second baseman, John Hodo. Swing and a miss. Think you can grow your hair out like Mike Clevenger?
No.
Just watch the Dodgers San Diego game on a monitor here in our press box. Starting for San Diego here today. You don't think you could pull that off?
No, I've pulled off long hair before, but not that long.
Shot to Sakopoulos. He'll feed to the covering. No, he won't. He'll just take it himself for a 3 unassisted here in the 5th.
Gets a little chuckle out of Riggleman, too.
Now Mitch Morales, who lined out to left field here in the 3rd, or back in the 3rd, will bat the bottom of the order for Taylor Jellikowski's team. In his 2nd year as the manager of these Mammoths. Now the 0-1. Popped him up. This one has a chance for Martin, but it's going to find its way. Did that wedge into the seat next to that young lady right there?
She lifted up a ball as if she had one.
Looks like her father was trying to catch it in his hat. Interesting. We also have a Kevin Pillar Blue Jays jersey down there. That's
Saw that.
Random, huh?
I saw that. Toronto not too far from here, but yeah, it is a little random.
We've had a few players in the USPBL from Canada. I'm not sure we have one currently. Maybe there's one.
Don't think so.
Riggleman ready to go. He likes his pacing and tempo to be quick. Here comes the 1-2 now with one out. Fastball high. 2-2 now. Fastball really hovering around 90, 89 today. Two off the end of the bat there. You catch any of the Vince Scully ceremony?
I did not. I was unable to.
I listened to it, which obviously doesn't give it much justice on radio on the drive home. Would like to maybe rewind that again. Dave Roberts said some words.
I heard Dave Roberts had a nice speech.
2-2. Slider away. I think the crowd kind of all screamed in unison, "It's time for Dodger baseball" at the very end, prompted by Dave Roberts. I think that's what happened. It is. Dan the man over here confirming that.
With a plan.
3-2 chops it to his left. Jump throw by Attilis, and not quite in time.
Morales with some speed. That's a hard runner to get on his way to first on a ball deep in the hole. It's short.
Of course, it's time for Dodger baseball, something that Vin would say quite a bit. Also something in front of Vin's booth that he revealed in his last game, which is a few years ago at this point now, but I think it said, "I will miss you, Dodger fans," and then Joe Davis and Oral Hershiser, the two regular Dodger TV guys when they're not doing national TV somewhere. Great duo there. Revealed a sign that say, "We miss you, Vin." So that's a cool touch as well.
Joe Davis, local product.
Yeah. On the west side, I believe he's from?
Yeah, near East Lansing-ish. I've got a friend at Michigan State who's also doing announcing from Charlotte. And he says a lot of people, when he tells them he's from Charlotte and he's into announcing, they bring up Joe Davis because he's from right around there, a town over, or same county or something like that.
Yeah. Tight lead for Morales at first. Now the 1-0. Maybe not. Riggleman will step off, which we don't see much today with the pitch clock, which there haven't really been much violations to speak of. Not sure exactly how tightly they are policing it anymore. Here's the 1-0. Didn't really start that way. We saw a warning once. I think another warning or two in non-publics as well.
It's really not been on our radar a whole lot this year. Guys have been good about it, and I think they've gotten a little lax as well.
Fastball high, 2-1 on Thomas.
Surprised we haven't seen Morales make a move to second. It's not Parkinson back there anymore. It's Martin. He has an unproven arm. Brown was able to steal a base earlier. Morales tried to get one earlier in game one and was caught stealing. Tie ball game, later innings. Go for it.
Slider high, 3-1 now. Jeremiah Hergott says Potterville.
Yes, that's correct.
For Joe Davis, that is. Hometown. Oh, wow. It's really close to Lansing.
Yeah.
Yeah, between Lansing and Charlotte. There you go. Population 2,617. 3-1, popped up foul. You think he's got a statue already?
Maybe.
A street named after him?
Yeah.
Something.
2,000
Broadcast
people.
wing in a school? I don't know.
Definition of a small town.
Is there a Potterville High School? Here's the 3-2 off the end of the bat. There is a Potterville High School. Part of the Potterville Unified School District. Everything you wanted to know about Potterville and more here on the USPBL Network. Who knew that would come out in the second game?
I don't think I know everything, but your point
What else would you
remains.
like to know? I'll just continue here.
Where was Joe Davis's childhood home?
Oh, jeez. Where?
Yeah.
It's in Potterville. One day it'll have a plaque on it.
Yeah.
Three-two high. So an infield single and a walk has something brewing here in the fifth. Haven't been able to say that much here today. Just a run here or there for these two teams combined.
Just strangely enough has been the theme with doubleheaders all season long. Not just split victors in every doubleheader except one, but it seems like the style of game changes too. And that this particularly seems to be the trend. High scoring, excitement, a lot of good plays in game one, and then game two a little bit slower, longer, low scoring, pitching battle. And perhaps that's because it's a longer day than usual, especially later in this summer. It gets hotter. But the good news is it's still a close ballgame.
Swing and a miss there by Houston Parker. He walked back in the third. Also reached on an infield single in the first. No errors thus far. There's been a couple close calls when it comes to that. Now the 0-1. Breaking ball that hung and punched foul. The 0-2, swing and a miss. To the outer edges he goes. K number 4 here today for Riggleman in the big second out here in the fifth, and still a tie score.
Yeah, that is a very big out. That's a tough guy to put down, especially on strikes and in a situation with 2 on and less than 2 outs. Looked like it was a good opportunity for the Mammoths to untie this game. Still not out of the woods yet for Riggleman, but that's a big strikeout. On 3 pitches, nonetheless.
Rope to right, look out. Morales around third, being waved to home by Jellikowski. He will score, and just like that, 2-1 Mammoths here in the fifth.
Well, we mentioned that Riggleman wasn't out of the woods yet, and Connor Emmett, who is very quickly ascending to clutch status, gets another RBI. That's his, third today between the 2 games? Yeah. RBI single and back-to-back at-bats.
Here comes Brian Leaf now. Hit some balls hard here today. Little reward to this point. The home run by Galassi, or the home run robbing catch by Galassi, was against Leaf. Fastball away. Pounded foul over the heads of some down the first base line. Position in section 101 here today at Jimmy John's Field. Last section in the grandstands. 5th inning of a 6-inning game here today. The Mammoths, the home team, trying to get some insurance runs. First and third with 2 outs. The 1-2 slider off the glove of Martin. That'll do it. Tanner Thomas speeds his way home. 3-1 Mammoths.
Well, that was the only run that came across for the Unicorns. Ledbetter had a little bit of a wild pitch, and Sikopoulos was able to score. Yet again, we see another run in this league on an errant pitch at the plate, just giving some away.
Here's the 2-2. Fly ball to center field. Colossi is ranging back to the gap. He will squeeze out number 3 here in the 5th inning. The damage has been done, though. Morales scores. Tanner Thomas scores. And just like that, the Mammoths have a lead.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
John Hodo leads off the 6th inning. 1, 2, 3. We'll see if these Unicorns can do it again. This one's shuttered foul. Colin Ledbetter trying to finish this one off here in the 6th inning. Boy, it's been a good game for him. Gave up just a single run in the 2nd. It was off an error that started the mini rally. Good stop by Bagneski. Twirls and the toss gets him.
That's a really big play. The Unicorns had their last chance in game 1 and got the leadoff runner on, and that proved to be fatal in that game. Big to get the speeder Hodo out.
Here's Luis Attilas now. He struck out and grounded out here in this game. Good game in game number 1. Just his patented swing, getting 3 hits. He scored 3 runs. First pitch to Luis, and for strike 1. Oh, 1 slider punched out of play. 0-2 now. .66 pitches for Colin Ledbetter thus far.
We've seen him go 7 in a 9-inning game start, so no surprise to see him out here in the 6th. He's been fantastic today.
One, two, slam foul. Drew Galassi on deck. He's 0 for 2. Slam. Tough play for Bagneski. Boy. In between hop. Decided to play it on a mini bounce, and now there's 2 outs here in the 6th. Here's Drew Galassi now. Struck out and popped out. And at bats in the 1st and 4th. Fly ball to right field, chasing Emmett back to the edge of the warning track. That's still carrying, looks up. It is off the base of the wall. Galassi now has to speed his way to second base. My goodness, what a day for Drew Galassi. Hasn't been a highlight reel yet until now. At the plate, he was 0 for 2, but he keeps this game alive.
Yeah, all in all, a fantastic day for him. Obviously, the walk-off hit, had a home run in game 1. Big clutch hit there. He thought it was gone. I thought there was a chance it was going to carry its way out of here, too. He's probably on third, hustling out of the box, but still in scoring position. Best RBI hitter at the plate for the Unicorns.
0 for 2 in this one. Reached on an error in the 2nd, grounded out in the 4th. Actually, I think that was ruled a base hit. I put it down as an error in the book. 50-50 play, but
was ruled as a base hit, yeah. Could have gone either way.
Now the 0-1 to Ari. Club to second. Morales bobbled. Ari trying to edge it out, but that is not in the cards. What a start here today for Colin Ledbetter. He gives up just 3 hits in total, 1 run. And his team picks up a 3-1 win here in game 2. Put a bow on this whole day when we get back on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Woolly Mammoth, we on a roll. Woolly Mammoth, we're #1. We work hard, play harder. We get better every day. Woolly Mammoth came to play 'cause we're strong. We play smarter. Woolly Mammoth, gray and white. We're in charge to do it right. Get ready, get ready. We getting started, getting started. Teamwork makes the dream work. We're going for the win, that's how we work. Woolly Mammoth, we on a roll. Woolly Mammoth, we're #1. Woolly Mammoth, we on a roll. Woolly Mammoth, we're #1.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmart. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
This is your Detroit Mercy post-game show here today on the USPBL Network. Jeremy Otto back alongside Brendan Shabat to bring you the call here today. Well, here in Game 2, Colin Ledbetter was the headliner. He struck out 6 in a row at one point, trying to challenge his 7 in a row earlier. That was broken up with another out by Drew Galassi, a pop-out to the shortstop. In the end, it was a 9-out streak to boot. Just a few hits given up against him, an earned run in the second after the leadoff single, driven in later by the single as well by Noah Childress. But after that, that's when the strikeout streak started. Drew Galassi made things interesting. Who else in the 6th inning? High bounding ball to right center field. Tanner Thomas chasing it, couldn't get it up against the fence on the warning track in the end, but then the ground out by Ari Sikopoulos ended the threat. Kind of lost in what this game was a pretty good outing by Adam Riggleman himself. He did give up a couple runs in the 5th, a walk and 2 singles did him in, one of them being an infield single. Otherwise, he had a tight game here today as well. In terms of Game 1, it was the story of the back and forth game. Home run by Ari Sikopoulos of the 3-run variety in the first. And in the bottom of the first, Houston Parker had a home run to answer. It was 3-2 until we hit the third. A couple more runs scored there by the Mammoths, gave them a 4-3 lead. It stayed like that for a while, but then a blusterous 6th inning for the Unicorns offensively. They sent 8 to the plate, including a 2-run home run by Galassi himself. Sent the game to extra innings after the Mammoths were able to tie it up in the 6th innings. They sent 6 batters to the plate themselves. Then it got kind of messy in the 7th inning overall. First off, it was a great throw by Emmett on the runner coming home, trying to win the game in the extra inning format, as the Mammoths took the field, needing to shut out the Unicorns with 3 outs. So Emmett threw out Parkinson, who was the international rule runner at first base. And Hewitt, unfortunately, went down injured. We send our best to him. Hopefully he can get back on the field sooner than later. Good guy and a good catcher here for the league as well, whose hitting has really perked up as the year has gone on. Drew Galassi, later in the inning, the next batter checked his swing. The home plate umpire thought that he tipped it, and the call was reversed. Galassi got another chance at hitting. He drove it into right field and won the game as Luis Attilas came around to score. Luis Attilas with a heck of a day in Game 1 as well. Double, single, 3 runs scored. And again, another doubleheader split here today, Brendan.
Yeah, and we have to give our credit to the Unicorns and to Drew Galassi, Luis Attilas, both coming up big in that 6th inning, or excuse me, the 7th extra inning in Game 1. But I'd be remiss if wasn't honest and said, you know, this should have been a sweep for the Mammoths. That was a 3rd strike on Galassi when he checked his swing. The ball, the sound that the umpire must have heard was the ball hitting Houston Parker, the catcher subbing in for the injured Duncan Hewitt. The ball hit his shin guard, and, you know, a lot of times umpires will, you know, hear a sound when there's any sort of swing, checked or not, and immediately the first thought is a foul tip, and it's not. And I think he was ready to ring up Galassi, and Galassi kind of complained and dropped his jaw as if to say, wow, I tipped that. Or maybe he was saying he didn't go all the way around. Either way, he got the call, and that ultimately is what did in the Mammoths. They had earned the win, and they don't come away with it. But they do get it in Game 2 off a fantastic performance from Colin Ledbetter. He was lights out, just had the one miscue in the 2nd inning in which he gave up a couple of hits and then the wild pitch to score Sikopoulos. But other than that, he was fantastic. Always fun to see him go on those strikeout runs. That's, as we mentioned, not the first time he's done that this year, and does it again here in Game 2. And good for the Mammoths that they can split this doubleheader and win the 2nd game.
Well, another rematch tomorrow. Most games are rematches at this point in the year. Beavers Hoppers will match up. They had a good game the other day, kind of a slugfest, 9-6. The final score in favor of the Hoppers. Every win is important for the Beavers as they look to catch these Unicorns, which appears to be a little bit more harder as they continue to rack up the wins. Well, here on 90s Night, we thank all our crew for making this happen, and a hard-working doubleheader and a hot day for those who worked outside as well. For my broadcast partner, Brendan Shabath, here today, our director, Robert Sherby. I'm Jeremy Adel. Brendan and Nick have the call tomorrow on the USPBL Network. Have a great Sunday, everybody.